Welcome back, Crime Spies. Ooh, what happened here? I think I have just one moment. Let me see if I uploaded it. I think I did. Here we go. There, we have now properly been introduced. Welcome back, Crime Spies. Who's ready for day 3 of the injustice that happened to this fine gentleman here, Zachariah Anderson? You know, I was thinking earlier, I feel kind of like a heel for taking so long to jump on the bandwagon of this horrifying turn of events. This man, there's a ticker at the bottom here. This man has been incarcerated for 1,313 days as of today, according to my calculation. Can you imagine? That's over 3 years and 7 months. Disgusting. Before we start, thank you for joining me. Now, I plan on doing this trial, like, for the next couple weeks, because like, this is all I wanna watch is this. You're welcome to join me here on Crime Spies. Disclaimer, I am a finance person, um, not an attorney. I'm not sure which reputable attorney covered this trial live. Um, but I encourage you over the next couple weeks, because it is the holiday and people have vacations, and I encourage you to search out the trial footage for this, either here or on, an attorney's website that had live streamed this trial, because this is horrible. Also, in the ticker below, I don't really remember what I put there, but in the description box underneath this video is uh there's several. Oh, there's my sister from another mister, my co-host. Here we go. Well, hello, beautiful.
Doing that, huh?
Oh, yes, it's this. Honest to God, I told my daughter this morning that I had to, like, double check I wasn't doing, like, the, calling Satan symbol. I mean, I wouldn't think that, but, you know,
Yeah, don't be
heaven
doing
forbid. Oh, before we begin, I do wanna also thank the sponsor of my wardrobe today, Mr. Steve from Publicly Buzzed. Woo, hoo, hoo. My shirt has arrived. Thank you so much, Steve. I don't know, do you follow Steve, Chrissy?
I do not. I
Oh
think
my god.
a couple streams, but
He's from West Virginia, so, every time I think of him, I'm not gonna lie, I do hear a little John Denver in my like, in my head. Um, but
I
he does Murder Church on Sundays. He did let me think, one moment, I'm old. He's doing Dr. Kevorkian right now. Oh, he just got done with Jeffrey Dahmer. It took, like, 6 months, and so he's got Murder Church Sunday mornings. He sings, he preaches. He's my joy on Sunday mornings. The Kevorkian trial is very, very, very interesting. He just started that one. But, he's, like, super nice. Like, he's one of those people that doesn't let the fame of his channel go to his head. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
he stays humble, always says hello, and he's really kind. I love Steve. Steve, Publicly Buzzed, you know that. So, thank you for joining me. Christy, would you like to introduce yourself to the Crime Spies audience?
Hi, Crime Spies. Um, okay, introduce myself. So, I'm Chrissy. I'm from Texas, and let's see what else. I'm kind of hooked on true crime. Actually, my dream was to become an attorney. That didn't quite happen. Life took me down another path, but so yeah, I'm a mom. I have 3 kids. I have a fur baby kitty too, and
Kittens.
kittens. I was trying to coax her up to see everyone with cat treats, but
I'm sorry.
having anything to do with that. So where's Poppy, by the way?
Actually, we'll just I'm so sorry if you can hear this. I'm just getting it started. Oh, stop. Stop, sir. Okay. Um, Poppy Poppy's in heat. We haven't had her we haven't had her fixed yet. So I know, we were kinda hoping by today she'd be done with it. We really just need to fix the cat. It's the only cat I've ever had that's like, we've always fixed it little,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't know, life gets in the way when you have triplets and, you know,
Mm-hmm.
whatnot. So it's really not appropriate for her to be on camera right now because she's all full of love.
Mm. There's nothing wrong with being full of love.
She's something else. Also, I wanted to say that, okay, so I'm using Restream Studio this time. I tried to upload the background. I have no control over, like, stuff like audio and things I can control in OBS. So, for those of you who are watching, uh if you're well, hopefully this screen is not how I want it, but I tried to upload a few things, including this fine, innocent man's face in the bottom left-hand corner. Alright, so let me just share the screen here. What are we at for time? Oh, we're good on time. Okay, now what do I do here? Okay, now we had to move this. See, look at how, like, teeny tiny oh, that's better. That's
Oh,
better. We'll try this. Alright, so, well, thank you for joining,
well,
Chrissy.
thank
Now
me.
you said you watched this trial when it was going on, correct?
So I did. I actually
Hi,
watched it
Jamie.
long crime, and I was one of the people that was actually booted.
You
I
were
was
booted?
I was
You
kicked out because I kept saying he's innocent, he's innocent, and they didn't appreciate that. Every time I would point something out, they would get upset with me, and finally they just kicked me out. Um, yeah.
like,
So
legit, you got kicked out? Did you, like,
oh,
create another account and go back in and say and, and
actually, I had
keep
two
going?
had 2 accounts. I get kicked out during Kyle Rittenhouse trial, so I created a second account. So it was the second account that I got kicked out of this trial. Um,
Really?
oh yeah.
See, I think that's contributing to some of the injustices that like, I never used to sit and watch a trial. I haven't watched a trial since OJ, I think, live, but, I can't remember if it was, like, Depp and the Johnny Depp trial. That's how I found the body language guy, Jesus Enrique Rosas, and, he was doing he was doing the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, and I found that I didn't actually to be honest with you, I really didn't catch it until, like, halfway through, and, so, I don't know, it was, like, last year after the holidays, I was just, like, meandering around, and then the Murdaugh trial happened, so I got sucked into watching that, and then in the back of my head, I was thinking, "Huh, I should maybe start a channel because, like, if I'm gonna watch this, sometimes the chat rooms you go into, number 1, they could be malicious, and number 2, they go by so fast, like, you're talking and nobody's hearing you, so it's kind of I
Yeah.
don't know, it's not very pleasing. And then, of course, the political side of me, really wanted to do, like, this type of commentary and, discussion during subcommittee hearings because those are very interesting and not a lot of people watch them. And I know on, the YouTube channel, usually they have comments or the chat is, like, shut off. And
Ah,
there are so many good subcommittee hearings. Mayorkas has been on a few times and Christopher Wray. Those are some of the bigger names. Merrick Garland, as witnesses. And it is super interesting. I mean, that's kind of like, you know, the top banana when it comes to, you know, the mess that we're in. And I don't know. So I kind of wanted to take like, what the trial people were doing and use that for, for things that affect our country. And then it's just kind of a hybrid and people get confused. They don't know if I do politics or if I do crimes, what I do. I do
yeah.
all sorts of things. I do crafting too. I don't know.
Yes, I've seen that. I need
I'm
to work.
working on another something or other here. I have a big giant pile. I need to get your address and send you something from the big giant pile.
Oh yeah, sure. Your dishcloths.
Yes, the dishcloths that everybody raves about.
Loves. Awesome.
So, all right. Well, okay. So I wanted to do. I'm just itching to get to the testimony.
Ugh.
So that's why we're doing two today. Hello, Nancy RN.
So I want to say one thing. I'm not sure if Solomon's going to pop back in or not. I know he's, you
Oh,
know,
it's Christmas time.
it's been fabulous that he's joined your stream earlier
I
today.
just about fainted.
He's just fabulous. But there's something I just want to say. Um,
Hmm.
I just think it's so wonderful, and I wish everybody had somebody like Solomon, a sibling, a loved one, a family member in their corner. Because, you know, without Solomon and him bringing light to this and, going on all the live streams and just trying to do his best to get the word out about this, what happened to Zach and how unjust this is, what would happen? What would Zach have?
Right.
Who would be there to help him? There's so many people that are wrongfully incarcerated and they sit in prison and have no one to help them. So I just hope Solomon knows that what he's doing for his brother is just amazing. It's just so good to see that. And I think that Zach probably finds a lot of his strength because of his brother. So I
I would
hope
think so.
good it is that he's doing that.
Well, I was just thinking off the top of my head, some of like like Glenn Beck, like this would be totally up Glenn Beck's alley,
Yeah,
having a segment on about our injustice justice system.
yeah.
Too bad I don't have, too bad I don't have any clout. um,
Yeah.
well, maybe someday, who knows? Uh, I also wanted to mention La Kong Express is in the chat. And for starters, he was the first one here, and yes, he does rule. So if I were able to give you a crown, La Kong Express, I would
Mhm.
do that. But I just put up on the comments, so glad you've taken an interest in this case. I have a few videos at, I'm assuming it's website, all about Zach's case. So let's just put that feather in our cap and make sure to check that out. I still haven't had time to watch MLS, Making Law Simple's Denny case resolution that they, squabbled about on the end of, well, the beginning of this earlier today's live stream and the end of yesterday's live stream. Um, but we got to get to that. So, like I said, I'm itching to get into the testimony here. And I know it's a holiday weekend. I appreciate all of you for joining me. Even if I'm sitting here all alone by myself during the course of the next 2 weeks, it doesn't matter. What matters is you share this story with everyone that you come in contact with over the holidays. Because, like I said before, I've heard about it. I've seen the movement. I've seen the T-shirts. And until Broken Baker had Soloman on the other day, it's like it didn't connect with me. And then now look at this horrible turn of events. Ugh,
It's scary because it could happen to any of us.
that's what I was thinking. When I was doing the trailer, in my head, I was like, thinking like voices I could have back here saying, a man wrongly accused law enforcement who
Yeah.
had tunnel vision, didn't investigate, you know, flash up Sadie's face, flash up,
Gross.
whoever else we run across. This
Ugh.
could be this could be you. And,
Yeah.
like, have his face and have his face disappear and have, like, you in big letters. Like, that was going through my head. Because it could. Heaven help any of us if we are a defendant in this injustice system in most cases.
Well, the thing is, once they put their sights on you, law enforcement, you're done. You're damned if you do have an attorney and you don't talk to the police. You're damned if you don't, because then whatever you say, they use against you. You just, it's best to not speak with law enforcement, no matter what they say to you. Don't ever talk to them without an attorney present. It's just,
That's what I was thinking. If I ever get questioned, I'm gonna say, even if I'm innocent,
yep.
I'm gonna say, I'm gonna get my attorney just so I don't mess up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ugh.
You can't, because they flip everything. But I don't know. It's just the sad thing and scariest thing about this is our justice system was designed for people to be innocent until proven guilty. But as you watch this trial and you've watched other trials like this, where this outcome has happened before, that's not how it is. You are guilty and you have to prove your innocence. And that's not the defense's burden. The defense
Mm-mm.
is not supposed to have to put on a case or prove anything.
Well, and on top of it, the media's role in sensationalizing these trials before they even start with their bullshit headlines. Obsessed boyfriend murderer.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Uh, you haven't even watched the trial, you friggin' idiot. Don't get me going down that path because it'll be another rant.
Yeah.
Uh, so, okay, so this morning,
Have
whoops.
to.
Oh, the screen. I got to bring the screen back down. Hold on a second. Okay, so we were at like 16 minutes roughly when she finishes. Back up. There you go. Okay, and closed caption. I'm going to turn them on.
Thank you.
All right, here we go. Buckle up, buttercups. Get my note.
All right, folks, we'll start with the taking of evidence at this point, and as I indicated, Christie, you'll be allowed to take notes if you wish. You're not obliged to. If you do decide to take notes, please take care that it does not distract you from carefully listening to and observing the witnesses. You may use your notes during your deliberations to refresh your recollections. Otherwise, you should keep them confidential. After the trial, the bailiffs will collect the notes and they will be destroyed. Okay.
Judge, can I be heard briefly?
You can.
As part of my withdrawal of my objection, the court will recall that we proposed a cautionary instruction. So the withdrawal of that motion was based on the cautionary instruction, which I hope the court will read.
I will, and I even told him that you'll have to remind me because I'll probably forget it. Thank you, because I did. This is a joint proposed cautionary instruction that the attorneys have agreed upon. And it states, unless otherwise guided by the court, you must disregard any statement by the attorneys or either of them that any specifically named individual other than the defendant was involved in the alleged homicide of Mr. Gutierrez. Any question about that? This is something they've agreed upon. Unless I tell you otherwise, you should disregard any statement by the attorneys that any specifically named individual other than the defendant was involved in the alleged homicide of Rosalio Gonzalez Jr. Gutierrez Jr. Any question?
This judge
Okay, thank you.
is a train wreck.
All right, Mr. Bradley, you may call your first witness.
All right, here we go. I wish my glasses
Several things that
had a
before the first
filter for
witness
this
is called that the
a-hole
parties
sneeze.
would like to address with the court pertaining to stipulations and things of that nature. So I believe that would be more appropriately done now before the first witness is called.
Okay, so that's legalese for Graham. Now you can go, and I'm going to try again to keep it at just a couple of minutes. But you're welcome to go upstairs if you want, or otherwise you may remain down here in the library. And I'm hoping this will take
Wait, there's more delays? Oh my
under
goodness.
10 minutes, maybe 5.
Oh my
Okay,
goodness.
thank you. In the meantime,
Look at this man. He just waits
if I could talk to
patiently.
someone from Court TV, I
gonna
can't
check.
get my computer cranked up this morning.
Okay, if you can't
and
operate a
I'm,
computer, sir, maybe it's time
Wondering
to
if something got
retire.
detached while you were up here. I'm not blaming you. I don't want to call IT unless I have to. It won't stay on. I mean, the light goes on, so there's power.
Oh, thanks, Bielhammer. Okay, so again, compliments to Bielhammer Media. The link
Entitled
is in the
stipulated facts
description
regarding
box.
statements of unavailable witness, Lene Douglas, and would you like it read or just in the record? And at the appropriate time, it'll be given.
Yeah, I'd like us to be able to read it to the jury as part of the evidence. My proposal to the court is that at a time that I would have called Ms. Douglas.
Chrissy, did you see this comment I put up on the screen from Nancy RN? Thank you so much, Nancy, for joining us. During the trial, the a-hole guards would purposely make noise so Zach couldn't sleep. His back pain was raging with pain, and he's a light sleeper. The guards were complete dickheads.
You know, I heard that. I heard,
What?
yeah, it's terrible. What he has endured is just disgusting, you know, and I don't know. It makes me angry and it makes me sad at the same time to think about that. I don't know.
Isn't that what they're saying is happening with that Richard Allen guy? Who,
Yeah.
after getting, remember when that big long these glasses are not, I'm trying to hide this. I love this headset. It's Bose, and so I can hear really, really good. But I'm trying to hide it in my hair because otherwise I feel weird with like the big, the black, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then now my glasses. Okay. Anyway, doesn't matter with me. But isn't that so? When that document came out, it came out like on a Tuesday, and then by like the next morning, poof, it was gone. That was when the whole Odinism thing, was revealed.
Yeah.
But isn't that there was a couple people on social media that had found some guy's Facebook, whatever, and holy crap, he looks just like the guy that was walking across the bridge.
Mm.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
another case I haven't really dived horribly deep into, but it sure sounds to me like, and we were talking yesterday or the day before, I can't remember, about like prison versus jail.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be in jail until you're actually convicted. And apparently Richard Allen is in prison.
Yes, and the judge, I don't know, maybe I'm confused, but didn't the judge, they were trying to get him moved to a county jail and the judge is refusing. I don't know. It's just, this kind of stuff happens all the time. It's just,
Well, sounds like it.
you know, and just like back with the Zach, I heard that, well, we all know, if you've watched the trial before, you know that the snitches were saying that he was talking in his sleep.
I did hear that on the podcast.
But yet, everybody that knows Zach has said that Zach is a light sleeper. So if he's a light sleeper and he's kept up at night, how is he talking in his sleep?
Yeah, I would have put the snitch on a friggin' lie detector test and said, "Look at his pants are flaming right now. We can't put him on the stand."
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Which will be this morning, which is why we bring it up now,
Oops.
that the court will allow us to read it. I will read it in its entirety, or if defense counsel wishes to in some way read the first portion, the paragraph that is regarding Officer Paul Chase's report, I, of course, have no disagreement with that. And then I will read the second half to the jury. And then, of course, the court can have that stipulation in evidence, but we'll read it. I'll read it verbatim, or
Sorry,
we
I
will
must
both
have
read
him
it verbatim.
fast because I just
Ms. Douglas is having medical issues that both parties are
can't
aware of. That's
tolerate
why we've
this
tried to reach this
a-hole.
stipulation to prevent her from having to be present. She has no prior convictions, so in terms of any impeachment, we're also aware of that.
Is this a correct statement of the stipulation? Are you familiar with this?
That is correct, Judge, and the defense would prefer that we read the portions as it relates to Officer Paul Chase's reports, and then the state will read the portion as it relates to the telephone call that was had with their victim witness coordinator, Heather Beasy. So that would, and we have no objection to it being read at the point where the state would have called Lene Douglas. We think that's appropriate because that will be around the time that other residents of Wood Creek apartment will be called. So it would only make sense to read that stipulation in then and there. I have given a copy of the stipulation to Mr. Anderson. He has read that and is, as far as I know, unless it's changed now, is in agreement with the stipulation.
All right. Do you fully understand what is contained in the stipulation? And any questions about it at all? By stipulating this, that means the witness will not testify, and instead the jury will be read this stipulation and its stipulated facts. That means that the jury will be instructed that those are proved facts in the case, and there'll be no testimony admitted either to reprove those facts or those assertions, and there'll be no testimony permitted to disprove it. Stipulation means it's agreed. Is that clear?
Yes.
Any question about this at all?
His voice is really
Has anybody
deep. I
threatened you,
didn't
pressured you, or forced you in any
anticipate
way?
No.
Has anybody promised you anything in exchange for this? All right. Anything else then before we start?
Just that
Oh, shut up, Gravely. You know what, Chrissy? So somebody yesterday had said that the victim worked. No, Soloman said the victim worked as a court server. I don't know, does that mean like serves people their divorce like papers or something?
I think
And
so.
then his mother, the victim's mother, and somebody else worked for some kind of DA's office. Huh.
Yeah.
I wonder what would happen if you tried to like do a little investigating on how Gravely is connected to the victim's family that works within the court system.
Well, how can you expect people to be impartial in that court, knowing that the so-called victim, and that's assuming that he's actually on a lie.
Deceased.
Yeah. I mean, his father disappeared. How do we know?
Oh, he wasn't working for
Yeah,
the courts at the time.
You know, how do we know that? We don't know that for sure. So here we are.
I think it's pretty safe to assume, according to what I've heard about the bloodletting incident. Oh, he was a general contractor. Boy, Lokong, I'm so glad that you are here. So nice to meet all of you smart, critical thinkers. I think it's pretty safe to assume he probably is no longer, breathing. But if anything, I can see Zachariah being somebody on the list to interview just because, the baby mama was supposedly one of the 4 or 5 hoes, if you will. Let's put a little Christmas.
But she's the one that
Ho,
said
ho, ho, ho,
she
ho, 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 ho. Merry
And he-
Christmas. So I can see that he would be, like interviewed maybe, but beyond that, how in the world they got to throw handcuffs on him is beyond my comprehension.
Yeah, she should have been the one, in my opinion. They should have been tearing her apart. She was the one that was at the so-called
She's
scene.
involved somehow. She's got to be involved somehow. It's either her or somebody he played baseball with or the little tart that Googled his address wrong that he was discussing with, like texting with. Rosalio's mom, no, Rosalio, I think is how it's pronounced. Mom and Facebook now have the same boss. Mark Zuckerberg?
Wait, I don't understand that. Rosalio's mom and Facebook now have the same boss.
Hmm.
I don't
All right, well, let's continue here.
The first witness.
Hopefully you can see the chat, Chrissy. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah, my contacts are like dried to my eyeballs.
Oh, I hear you, sister.
I'm trying, but yeah.
And I'm wearing my colored ones today, so then like all of a sudden, like it turns blue in your eye. Okay.
The state intends to call Detective Lauren Anschutz, has no prior
I'll turn it
convictions.
to normal once this
And
gas bag is
another
done.
witness that we would call, hopefully without needing an additional break, would be Marissa Swanigan. She's the individual who's here on the warrant. She also has no priors. And so I believe that in terms of these early witnesses that we would call before there would be any additional breaks, that I think we've met our obligation to let the court know about any prior convictions.
And we are in agreement with that calculation to the witnesses that the state just mentioned. And as the state said, we'll work diligently in getting the other convictions for the other witnesses to present to the court at a later time.
So let it be written, so let it be done.
Oh,
I believe we're ready then, Judge, at
All
this
right.
point. Counsel, do you agree?
Yes.
I hate this man. Okay. I really don't hate anybody, but I really strongly dislike this Gravely character.
Okay.
Sorry. I think
Okay.
I need to adjust my
I get it.
oops.
So Nerdia and Rosalio both work for the DA.
See, I don't know who Nerdia is. Who's Nerdia?
Okay.
Rosalio's mom. Oh, Nerdia's the mom.
Mm-hmm.
Nerida?
The window clings on her vehicle, and she was parking in front of the courthouse. Now,
I've heard that.
go on, but yeah.
Thank you, Law Kong. New friend, new crime spy. We love that you put your microscope.
How did we do that time-wise? Pretty good? All right. Close? Okay.
Oh, FFS. Let's
All right,
just
thank
get
you.
going here.
Go ahead, Mr. Gravely.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Lauren Anschutz to the stand.
Anne shuts? Like Anne shuts the door on any other.
Is he out of the room?
He's being brought, he was outside, he's being
Any
brought
other
in by our
suspect?
victim witness person.
Okay.
Oh, I know what you're talking about, Law Kong. Law Kong is talking about, okay, so the girl that that one of the hoes was the one that Googled the wrong address. He found her on some Facebook dating site.
Was
Okay,
They were using
I do
plenty.
solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Please be seated.
all right, here we go. I'm frightened of what's going to occur here.
Detective Anschutz, can you state your first and last name
Wait,
and
he
spell both your names
Anschutz?
for the record?
Shits.
Lauren Anschutz,
Oh my God, is that
LORNANSCHUTZ.
Detective,
that
how are you
Bill-
employed?
Bill
City of
Hammer?
Kenosha Police Department as a detective.
How long have you been a detective?
Approximately 7 years.
And how long have you been a police officer with the Kenosha Police Department?
Just under 20 years.
During that time period, have you had an opportunity to investigate scenes where blood was present?
Yes, several.
And do you have an estimate in your 20 years how many times you've come across a scene of that type and had to make some sort of decisions regarding either what to do next or what there was there?
It's several hundred.
In that capacity as being on duty as a detective, Did you come on May 19th, 2020 at just after 11 a.m. To be at a particular location that you were asked to go to?
Yes, I was told to go to 3709 15th Street for a suspicious incident.
And when you got there, were you the first officer on the scene?
No, there was multiple officers, a sergeant, another detective, and yeah.
Would it be? Would that be uncommon that other officers would get there before a detective for a call like this, or would that be standard that detectives would not be called in as the first officers to arrive?
Yeah, I've never been called first as a detective to respond to any scene.
What a stupid question.
Typically, the officers will respond, make an assessment, talk to a supervisor, and then we will be notified to respond.
And when you arrived, I don't want to know all the details, but what were you in general appraised of? So what were you told in general was the situation?
Wait a minute. Is that coaching already?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't want to know the details. He just wants to know in general. Is that shushing him to some degree? I don't know. That's what I was thinking.
When you arrived before you made observations for yourself?
I was told that apartment 1B had a substantial amount of blood inside. It appeared as though there was a major incident occurred in the apartment and nobody was located.
And was that information provided by law enforcement?
Yes.
Were you provided information that the person reporting this was still on scene?
Yes.
And did you have a chance to interact with that individual?
Yes, I spoke with her, Sadie Beecham.
Okay.
Sadie Beecham was on scene. She was sitting in her car at the time I spoke with her.
And did you come to believe that Ms. Beecham had not fully entered the threshold of the residence, had not walked through the residence before calling law enforcement?
Wink and a nod.
Correct.
Okay. So
do we believe her? No.
Based on that, would your role in this case be to specifically search for a body or somebody within that residence, or would that be the role of other people who were at the scene?
How? Why don't you just answer it for him before he answers?
That would have been the role of the responding officers to preserve life, to
Listen to his voice quiver.
make sure the scene is secure.
Okay. And
that's weird.
Back before you were a detective, were you in that role many, many times over your career?
10 years, yes.
Okay. And so in that earlier role than yours, would it have been a priority to search for a person and not worry about what the evidence was, or are you already an evidence preserver in that first role that you described?
I'm going to object as far as leading.
Yeah, well, that kind of happened the last time, too.
So the objection is overruled.
Go ahead.
Really?
Can you rephrase, or can you
Object
Sure.
again.
give me the question again? Sorry.
Sure. In that earlier role, is the priority to do the search as quickly as possible, or to meticulously try to preserve evidence,
Why are
like
you
not
giving
step
him
in things, et
answers?
cetera, et cetera?
In those situations, you're concerned about the safety of others. That's your main focus and priority at that moment, as well as scene security. We don't know if anybody's in there, so that's what you're vigilant of when you first enter, and then obviously after you can slow down and then focus.
Is he talking about the officers or him? Because the officers would have cleared the room, so to speak, before this detective showed up. Oh my God, I am so mad. Oh my goodness, are we getting raided? Hi, Feral Housewife and Sue. Oh, we just started. We
more
just
on the
started with this Pinocchio.
preserving of evidence.
So I want to turn your attention to the address one more time. You said it was 3709 15th Street, apartment 1B. Do I have that correct?
Correct.
And do you
Oh my
know,
God, I'm
is
gonna
that a part of a
cry.
complex, or is that an isolated single-family location?
So it's a larger
everyone.
building apartment complex. I believe there's 3 or 4 different addresses per building. 3709 is mid in the middle of one of the buildings with an entry door specifically to that address on both the west or north and south entrances of the apartments. You can enter either side.
Go
Once
away.
entering, there's 4 apartments downstairs, 4 apartments upstairs.
Bring the baby goat.
So this specific building that you're speaking of so
Pause. We have a goat raid on our hands. What do goats say? Do they don't like whinny. Okay, goat raid.
We
Hello
need that.
everyone and welcome. This is my sister from another Mr. Chrissy. Actually, if we had Jamie's having Christmas tonight, but Jamie is the third. She's the triplet, if you will. So we're just starting with this Pinocchio here, the first witness. We finally got through this gas bag's, plethora of bullshit, and now we're finally day 3, first witness. We just started.
far has 8 apartments. Did I get that correct? 4 up and 4 down?
3709 15th does have 8 apartments, yes.
Okay. And you are focused, of course, on one apartment of those 8. Is that true?
Number 1B.
Okay. Is that location, is that overall complex, does that have a name here in Kenosha?
Yes, called Wood Creek Apartments.
Okay. And is that address specifically in Wood Creek Apartments, that 3709 15th Street, is that in the city and county of Kenosha
Yes,
and in the state of Wisconsin?
yes.
And where is 1B in relation to the other apartments in the building?
Okay, wait. Pause it. Can you pause it for a sec?
Pause.
Sorry.
Pause.
Okay, Wolf, are you the one who had the baby goat last night?
No, that was the raider. The king raider. Valhalla.
Okay.
That was he was the one holding the kid and
Oh,
not the
cute.
humankind.
Gotcha.
Yeah. There we
Nice.
go. This is Chrissy, my sister from another mister.
Hey,
And
everyone.
these are some really wonderful. Yeah, it's Valhalla. He was the one with the goat, the baby goat.
Aw.
We had 2 baby goats. All right, here we go.
Okay.
Back to Pinocchio.
It would be the northwest apartment. So
Ooh.
of the 8 apartments,
These are
it's on
good
the
names.
the first level northwest apartment.
So it's first level, and is it closest to the main doors that face the parking area on its side?
Yes,
Okay. And then there would be a second floor of apartments.
correct,
So if I understand correctly, 1B would have an apartment directly above it,
correct,
and it would have an apartment across from it.
correct.
And then it would have an apartment on the side of it as well.
Yes, so the way yes.
When you were there that day, what can you say about the weather conditions that were being experienced?
We had received a substantial amount of rain, so everything was wet. It was gloomy. Cooler.
Some people
You
enjoy
say
the rain.
substantial amount of rain. Just a short rain, a Wisconsin short rainstorm or something larger?
No, it had been days of rain.
And had that rain been going for multiple days before you arrived at the apartment on the 19th of May?
Yes,
Heavy rain.
a substantial amount of rain. Very
Haven't
heavy.
we established that it was raining?
So when you got there, Detective, you arrived, there were already officers on scene. You indicate you speak to a person who identifies herself as Sadie Beecham, and she's located by her car. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is it still raining outside in your memory?
I don't recall. I know it wasn't a downpour. If it was raining, it may have been
Fix my
sprinkling.
camera. You
Okay.
can see my
And
big
at that
point.
point, what, if anything, did you notice about the demeanor of Sadie Beecham?
She was scared. She was visibly shaking. having a difficult time spitting out words,
But she wasn't crying.
frightened, worried.
Could you tell what she was scared about in general?
I'm going to object speculation.
What, if anything, led you to conclusions that she was scared other than
I'll fix
these
it later.
early physical observations?
I'm going to object again as to speculation to how his conclusions that she was scared.
People don't talk the way lawyers want them to. Lawyers are taught that the witnesses are to testify only to things that they perceive with their senses. I saw this, I heard this. That's not the way people converse in ordinary discourse. They combine their observations with the impressions that they personally have formed, which do often involve some degree of speculation, and sometimes involve making suppositions about what others are thinking. That's not how we talk in ordinary discourse, but when we get into the courtroom, the lawyers want to pin it down to exactly what the witness personally knows, what the witness has perceived with his own senses. But what the question is calling for is really a composite of what the detective personally observed and somewhat the conclusions, and they're suppositions as to what may have triggered the response that he was seeing with his senses.
Does he
So
even
I'm
know
actually going to allow the answer, even though it does incorporate some of that, so long as you folks understand that there's going to be some supposition, and it can be dealt with further on cross-examination. But there will be some supposition built in, and not things that he actually has observed. So, do you understand the question? Do you remember the question?
No, I'd like it repeated, please.
Oh my God.
So you've indicated she was shaking. You
Yes.
made a physical observation that she appeared frightened.
Yes.
Any other observations or information lead you to conclude she was frightened?
Maybe she was shaking in her boots because she thought she was going to get those steel bracelets put on her.
Yeah, but during the
Other than that physical
crying,
What did you say, honey?
during the 911 call, was she even crying or hysterical?
I heard a little pinch of it in the podcast. I can say the little bit of her testimony that was in the podcast, she almost sounded gleeful, describing stumbling upon the scene.
Yeah.
I hate her. Okay,
Yeah.
continue.
She's an
observation you've testified to so far.
Yes.
And what was that?
She was concerned about her children.
I'm going to object. This answer is hearsay.
It's supposition.
Look at this hoe's face.
Yeah.
We're using hoe because it's Christmas. We're just talking about Christmas. Look at the hoe's face. I really need to summons Jesus Enrique Rosas, the body language guy. Sometimes he responds back to me on Twitter, but I would love to get his analysis of this.
I'd briefly like to be heard.
Well, I didn't say.
I think we've heard enough of you, sir.
Now, see, I'm supposing what you're thinking.
Wait,
And
I
bet
believe
I'm
you
right,
are.
too.
I believe
bet
you are.
I'm right.
Yep.
And we can have that discussion separately if and when you ask the question. But in terms of this particular question, it is not that it's hearsay, it's that it's supposition. So I'm going to sustain the objection.
All right. I'm going to head the direction you are anticipating now then, Your Honor. So, Officer, at the time that you first spoke to Sadie Beecham and she provided you information, was she physically shaking?
Yes.
And did she show signs to you that she was still experiencing emotion as she was speaking to you about what she was telling you?
Yes.
Was it, would you describe her way of expressing herself as calm or excited or distressed? What would be your explanation of the phrasing and wording and tone of her discussion with you at this stage in your contact?
She was truly scared
Of being arrested?
petrified about what had happened.
I would be afraid of being arrested too if I was involved.
Judge, I'm going to indicate to the court that this is an excited utterance and ask the court to allow admission
God, I hate
of
this
anything
guy.
that was during the physical observations he's expressed.
And Judge, I would object. This witness has already testified that he was not the first individual on scene, so that there were other individuals who had spoken with Ms. Beecham prior to this. Several time had passed. Also, excited utterance has to deal with that immediate impression. Nothing was ongoing at that time. The defense would maintain that given the time that had passed and the time that had passed since she had made these observations, any subsequent statements made to Detective Anschutz, it does not fall under the excited utterance exception to the hearsay rule.
Well, let's begin. First of all,
Wait a minute. I'm starting to get a feeling that Gravely, the gas bag, gets his way. The judge, has meaningful interaction with him. And then the defense, every time they have, a comment or suggestion or what have you, interjection of some sort, he poo-poos them
Oh,
without even thinking.
he gets real nasty with the defense.
Oh my
So
God.
he gets real nasty, and it's like he'll even say there are points in the trial where he will basically tell the prosecutor like how to ask the question, what words to use, how to format that, and it's like he's on the prosecution team.
I think that happened with the Purse House trial. There was one trial I covered, and it seemed to me like the judge kind of, like he was like half judge, half professor, saying, all right, well, you could ask it this way. Goodness gracious, this is so horrible.
it's not my impression that they're actually being offered to prove the truth of what is asserted in the statement. I don't think the district attorney is offering this prove the content of the statement, which is asserted. Second, it's
Lynn Dalton's comment, can you see that, Chrissy? She also caught herself before she admitted she was there the night before. I've heard that several times. I think it was on the podcast and in discussion yesterday. And then there's that mysterious, like, aromatic diffuser that, had a runtime of 18 hours, yet it was like 30 some odd hours since he had last been seen. And mysteriously, for some reason, that one particular aromatic diffuser, lasted a couple, like twice as long. Huh, that's so weird.
Wasn't there something too about one of the television or something having like the Hulu image on it? I don't know where I heard that.
See, I haven't gotten that far yet. Okay, continue.
It's not a testimonial statement, so we don't have that concern.
That's a good comment from Half Irish.
And
Oh yeah.
to the extent that it would qualify as a here's definitionally hearsay statement, it is, I think, an excited utterance. The law with respect to excited utterances The key is not, for example, the passage of time or the intervention of others. It's the spontaneity of the statement which is made. And given the situation that existed as portrayed in the testimony, I'm going to overrule your objection.
Of course.
Do we have a,
What
do we
did
have a
she
ticker?
I guess
Keep track.
the couple of things, Judge, just if I maybe heard. First, we haven't heard what the statement even is.
Yeah, that's correct.
And second, if the state's premising their question that they're seeking to introduce the statement under the excited utterance hearsay exception, then they must be offering it for some sort of truth, or else they wouldn't need a hearsay exception.
Well, you're right, and that's why I let off actually starting with the confrontation, or I actually started in my analysis with whether it's even subject to those rules, because it's excluded from the operation of the hearsay rule. So I would not even accept the premise that he needs an exception to get it out of the hearsay rule. But I understand your point, but
Sir, I don't think you do.
I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead.
So my question is, what did she say to you when she was in the condition you have described?
I don't remember.
She had told me she got to the apartment, observed the screen door closed, but the glass door opened. She looked inside, saw blood everywhere, and walked out. She said she was frightened for her children because she knew Zach Anderson had something to do with this.
Oh,
Judge-
no, she didn't. So she's literally sitting there after discussing, finding a scene that looks like the scene of a crime. And the first interview, she throws out this innocent man's name. Say it with me, folks. Like, that's a setup.
Yeah.
That is bullshit. Say it with me, folks. Bullshit.
She's the same person who was encouraging her boyfriend to go beat Zach up.
Yes. Oh my gosh. This is a setup. It's a setup,
Yeah.
in my opinion. Continue.
I'm going to
She's
object at this point and ask that be struck.
I don't know. Can't unring a
Judge,
bell now.
This is all
This is
during what she
horrible.
said during the exam. She's going to testify. This
Well,
is subject to cross.
Okay.
Why is
Again,
it not a sidebar? I have a big problem with all of this going on too. Why are they not having sidebars and discussing this without the jury hearing all of this?
this Gravely guy, pay close attention. The more he gets mad about something, the more he knows that's a hole in his case, in my opinion.
Examination, the officer should be allowed to finish saying what she told him on the scene in this excited state and not be interrupted unless there's a new objection. The court's already ruled that in that state she can
That's
say
the whole
this.
point of an objection,
I've
sir,
ruled
is
that
to
when
interrupt.
she's in this state, she can
Where's my
state
screaming
things that
goat?
would be normally reactive to a situation in which she found herself, but now she's getting into her analysis, and there's actually another rule, which is
You're under the microscope there, ma'am. You better start
present
praying.
mental state, purpose or plan, which probably would give some relief to the district attorney, but the problem with the testimony is it's reaching into the ultimate facts of the case, and it is It is relayed testimony for a witness who's available to testify. And correctly, you state she's going to be subject to cross-examination, but it's not.
Wait, Nicholas Cruz, judge, was part of the prosecution team? Valhalla, question mark? The guy that unalived all those beautiful young students at Parkland. Oh my God. The hell?
Yes.
Wow.
It's her opinion about the
Is his cell phone ringing the theme
what
from
she's
Dallas?
concerned about is
His cell phone
What is this?
during the Rittenhouse trial, his cell phone went off and people were crazy about it.
Is that the theme from Dallas?
No. That is
what she's concerned about is
That's the theme from Dallas, I think.
no.
What the
inadmissible.
hell?
It's irrelevant.
What kind of clown show is this? This man has been in prison for 1,313 days and had this. This is so horrifying. Okay, continue. I'm so
What she
sorry. I keep
thinks.
pausing you.
She expresses a alarm to officers.
Yes.
I think that typically a person who has observed a crime scene is allowed to tell an officer.
I don't want to talk about typical.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well, so in this case, she arrives at a crime scene. She has an abundance of evidence that, of course, is not in this case so far, right? But she has an.
Has the jurors been excused?
No, they've been sitting there the whole time.
So they're sitting there listening to this.
That's right. That's why I said, why is this not a sidebar? Why are they not sent back to the jury room?
Okay, if there's any grounds for an appeal, for those of you who are lawyers, isn't this a prime example? Put this as exhibit, AB. I mean, I don't even know what exhibit we're at now, but like this is the first witness, like 10 minutes in.
Abundance of information. She is in a highly frightened condition, according to the officer, and she expresses fear for her children because of something specific. I don't think any of that's irrelevant, nor is it hearsay.
We don't give a shit what you think.
The problem is that starting with the testimonial nature of it, it's still not. But we're getting to the point where you're getting into what should come in, if it's going to come in at all, as testimonial. She's not subject at this point to cross-examination. So I'm going to sustain the objection.
After she expressed fear for her children, what happened next in relation to Sadie Beecham?
Due to her concern for the children, she
We've got to move on to the next step.
What?
Because he's incorporated the
What? No, the judge is just like calling like when he's finished testifying.
Look at him squirming. What do I say? What do I say next? Give me the answer.
This is a travesty. This is so horrible.
objectionable material.
And for those of you joining us over here on Crime Spies, thank you very much. This is the first I've seen of this. So for those of you that have already watched the trial, that's why I'm asking so many questions. This is terrible.
Into the beginning of his next answer. So just what happened next is the question.
Sadie left to check on her children.
Oh, I'm sure.
And
I'm sure you took one moment to perhaps find an alternate source to retrieve her children from wherever they were so that you could adequately investigate her, since she was the one that stumbled across the, scene of something horrible. I'm sure that happened. Chrissy, tell me that happened.
No, it didn't happen. They just
Oh,
let her go. They took her word for it, let her go.
appeal number 2. I don't know what number.
after that, did you then take it upon yourself to be part of an entrance into the residence?
I did.
Okay. Up until that point, what had you done in relation to the residence, if anything?
I peered in the sliding window, didn't enter, and I also walked into the hallway through the front entrance and looked around in the hallway.
I'm going to now show you what's been marked as Exhibit 1 in this case.
State's Exhibit 1, Photo 1.
State's Exhibit 1, Photo 1. It's going to come up on the screen up there. I'm going to ask you if you recognize.
Judge, I'm going to ask that it not be published for the jury before it's been admitted. That it needs to be shown to this witness first, not in front of the.
Well,
Let me talk to counsel briefly about that. Just
Okay,
so that
and I will
so that
say-
she understands at least what I'm talking about.
okay, and based on the electronic experience we've been having this morning, it may not show up on the screen anyway.
Wow.
I'm typing in the chat. Can anybody recall a trial, a case that the first person to wait, for those of you that watched the Gareth Pursehouse trial, Michael, the roommate, he was dragged through the mud and the ring. He was put through the ringer, that guy.
Her objection,
Who-
but she's first
who-
asking that I read a stipulation. This is a stipulation that we have previously provided the court, and it's about the admission of evidence that comes in either pictures or downloads. If I have your permission to read that stipulation to the court?
You may do so.
So this
He sounds
says
like he's got a
the
big,
below
giant wedgie.
signed parties stipulate. It's signed by both myself and Attorney Miller. It indicates the below signed parties stipulate that all photographs, financial records, phone records, social media records, computer downloads, and phone downloads be admitted into evidence without foundation testimony. The purpose of this stipulation is to allow all parties to discuss and question witnesses regarding these records without having to previously set a foundation. So essentially what we are doing, Judge, is we're stipulating that, oftentimes in a courtroom we have to bring in somebody to say who took the photo or how was the photo compiled. There's additional witnesses or additional time. We're just going to seamlessly show those records as long as we make sure each other are apprised, to try to save that time, because there's an enormous amount of records and photographs, as the court is aware. Is that true, counsel?
That is true, and I just thought it was appropriate to read that stipulation prior to it being shown to the jury, so there was that understanding and the record. But any objection to it being shown now is withdrawn, now that that stipulation's been read.
Thank you. All right. Beth.
So do we think the jurors are able to retain that information all the way through the whole? I don't know. I think that the defense team maybe shouldn't have been so nice. I don't know if Minnesota nice carries over to Wisconsin, but when you're playing with this gravely, jackass, like, gloves off.
Yeah.
Again, I'm going to show, Detective, I'm going to ask you to turn your attention to the television that's above the jury and look at State's Exhibit 1, Photo 1. Assuming that it works.
Oh, that's good. to
Judge,
know.
does your laser pointer work onto the television?
Doesn't work on the glass.
Okay.
But I do have,
You have the old school?
I have Sister Marcienne's, where is it?
Sorry, sir, I don't find any humor in what you have to say. This clown here.
Many's the time. Not going to
Look at
come
this
on?
poor innocent man.
Oh,
Oh, actually, straight. We had just as many people watching this on Rumble as we did on YouTube yesterday. Last I looked, there was like 130 on Rumble.
Just works
It was-
perfectly and seamlessly, Judge.
yes,
Yeah.
indeed.
All right. So,
If he's going to be using the pointer, maybe we'll give him a mic. Let's hope we've got power in this.
So, Detective, as you look at this, do you recall what this is a picture of, or know this picture contemporaneous with what we've talked about, May 19th, 2020?
So this would be a picture of the north side of 3709 15th Street from the parking lot, looking at the entrance to the residence.
The residence we've talked about, apartment 1B.
Correct.
And can you tell by the conditions of the vehicles and the roadway there what the weather conditions are at the moment these pictures are being taken?
It's either raining or had rained.
Is there? Do you see a white larger vehicle that's prominent in the center of picture one?
Yeah, should I point?
Yes.
This one?
I'm referring to that vehicle. Do you recognize that vehicle in the context of this investigation?
I do.
Okay. And what is that vehicle?
That's a white Ford Explorer, Colorado plates. That was belonged to Rosalio Gutierrez.
Okay. And is that the individual who you believe to reside in apartment 1B?
Yes.
Is Rosalio's sliding doors, in other words, a non-hallway entrance to his apartment or exit to his apartment, is that visible in this picture?
Yes, it is.
And can you point out where that is located within this picture? Okay. There appears to be a yellow sort of a tape or rope that is located in this picture as well. Do you see that?
Yes, that's crime scene tape.
Okay, is that in a couple of locations in this picture?
Yes.
Can you point out again with your pointer where that is?
There's some here stretched, and then some up from the entry door to 3709 stretched out towards the parking lot.
And based on your knowledge of these investigations, who put that up? In general?
Usually the responding officers will area off so no one comes or goes.
This is after they make their initial assessment of safety and security?
Correct.
Okay. And so at the point that you have finished speaking to Sadie Beecham initially, is this the vantage point, or is this the view you are seeing back on May 19th?
Yes, that's accurate.
I'm going to show you now what's been marked as picture 2 of Exhibit 1. Do you see that picture as well and recognize that?
I do.
What is that a picture of?
So this is the main entrance to 3709. This would be the sliding screen door, glass door to apartment 1B, which is just inside the door to the right.
And do you recall whether the overall building where you see this door here, is that a locked door or is that an unlocked door to get into the main hallway?
That is unlocked door. There's also a door on the other side of the building that you can enter this hallway that is also unlocked.
Okay, so at this period of time, this apartment complex did not have locked doors into their central hallway.
Correct.
And what would you estimate is the distance from the Rosalio Gutierrez sliding door that we can see there onto that small patio, and then down to a vehicle parked directly parallel below. How many feet would you say that is, or however you want to estimate the distance?
25 to 30 feet.
Okay. And much of it is grass?
Yeah, there was a small concrete
Yep.
stoop, and the rest grass, then sidewalk.
And of course, the sidewalk and the patio would be probably concrete?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 3. Again, is that something you recognize again from May 19th, 2020?
Yes, this is going to be the front entrance door to 3709 15th Street. This would be the sliding glass door to apartment 1B.
So it's a different vantage point, a little closer up.
Correct.
Now I'm going to
Pause. So, Josie in the chat, Chrissy, and those if you are watching on Rumble and Kick and YouTube, it's me, Josie, this gal here. She is part of the, you're the voice on Wrongful. Oh my God, I love you. I need your autograph. I should actually send you something out of my crochet basket. I was just saying yesterday, normally I listen to podcasts in like 1.25 times or 1.5 times speed. And you pack so much information. It is so well organized. It is put together so beautifully that, I mean, I think it's the only one I've ever listened to in 1 time speed and listened to twice. Frankly, actually, I listened to it more than twice because I kept starting to listen to it before I'd fall asleep, and then I'd fall asleep. But I have listened to it several times. It is so good, Chrissy. If you're not listening to this, it looks like they just put out episode number 3 just the other day, and it looks like it's a weekly thing. They're on episode 3, and this is the first in a series of podcasts, it's my understanding, that they're going to do about people who are wrongfully imprisoned. God bless you. It's me, Josie81. Everybody take a moment to say thank you to her. It is really good.
show you what's been marked as Picture 4, Exhibit 1. Do you recognize where that is located on May 19th, if you do?
Yes. So when you enter that main entrance door that you just saw in the last photo, there's a stairway leading to the upper section of the apartment complex, and this would be immediately to your right underneath the stairwell. This is the door to apartment 1B.
So as I look at Picture 4, can you orient me on either direction where that front entrance hallway to the hallway is? Is it further down the hallway, or is it off to the, I guess would be the right of the exhibit?
I'm sorry.
The main doorway we saw in Exhibit 3 that takes you into the hall.
Okay.
Where's that located vis-a-vis this picture?
So this photo is taken just inside that main entrance to 3709.
Okay, so essentially this is taken in the doorway of the entrance we saw in Picture 3?
Yes.
Okay. And so how many feet, again, would you estimate it is to go from that doorway entrance to the doorway of 1B?
10 to 15 feet.
Okay. And there's a stairwell there?
Correct.
If a person wished to, could they ring the doorbell or knock on the door at 1B and be able to stand or crouch to one side or the other of that door? Is there room
All
to
right,
do
I'm
that?
just going to say it. I don't recall any, no, granted, I'm not an attorney. I count beans. We've gone through that. But I don't recall any rogue attorney on either side coaching the witness. You ask a question and let them answer it.
He's basically
Period. Full stop. He's doing like the whole answer and pretending it's a question.
Yeah.
Or giving like option 1, option 2, or option 3. This is wrong. Appeal Grounds for appeal? Isn't that a grounds for appeal? I don't know.
Sure sounds
Yeah.
like to me. I'm not
Yes.
sure.
And where is there room to do that depicted on this picture if it is?
So this is a small hallway or a small wall that extends out. If you were to go around to the other side of this, you wouldn't be seen. You also could back up to where the photo was taken and not be seen. And also there's a void here underneath the stairwell that you could stand or crouch under the stairwell and not be seen.
Are the metallic objects to the right of the door depicted on this picture, are those mailboxes?
Yes, those are the mailboxes for the 4 lower units. These are for the 4 upper units.
And based on how high up the stairwell is, if you can estimate, does a person have to sit down to be able to get to their mail, or if by bending or standing, are they able to reach their mailboxes in this picture?
Now you're able to walk up to it and get that mail.
If you know apartment 1B, does that door open, again, only if you know, does it open into the hallway or into the interior of the apartment?
Sir, that's a fire code violation if it opens. Isn't that true? If it opens one way, don't they, like, by law, have to open a certain direction for fire code exiting? Like, why would he even ask this question?
If
How many front doors do you know that open out? I mean, your screen door does. Never mind.
you recall.
It opens in to the apartment.
So, and did it have a doorbell of some kind, if you recall?
Not in the hallway here.
Okay.
What apartment has a
So if a person
doorbell?
knocked on this door and then did not become visible, is there one of those eye holes so that from inside you're able to see into the hallway?
Yes, there's
mean
a
a peephole?
eye hole.
Okay. So if you kept yourself off to the side so you were not visible in the eye hole,
What the hell?
the door opens back into the apartment if somebody is inside and they are opening the door to see who knocked. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's how doors operate.
And until somebody peeked out, in other words, brought their head out of their apartment, that area by the mailboxes would not be visible to them until they somehow extended their head out into the apartment or took a severe angle after opening the door. Is that right?
I'm going to object as far as foundation, this witness's knowledge of whether that's possible and whether he attempted
paper at him.
to do that himself.
I think he can make estimates based on his observation and how the door works. I mean, he's a physical observer. He's an eyewitness.
I think it's subject to
Oh, kitty. Kitty alert.
analysis as something that he can perceive without any particular expertise beyond that of the ordinary layperson. But his description of it makes it more, makes it easier for the jury to understand.
Oh my God, I'm so
Objections
honored.
overruled.
Did you understand my question?
Go again. Sorry.
Sure. If somebody is crouching or attempting not to be seen and they're in the area of the mailboxes, okay, and they knock on the door and the person inside 1B opens that door, to be able to see somebody over by the mailboxes, would they have to poke their head out?
So I would say you would have to break the threshold of the door.
Sorry, I hate this man so much. Chrissy, look at this. Law Kong Express. The state's theory is the blood is on Rosalio's door with no witnesses for 37 hours. What
Yeah.
day of the week was 911 called? And what day of the week was he last heard from?
So the mail carrier never noticed? Every
I'm
time
just saying, was this over like a weekend, or I mean, people check the mail on the weekends. Like, wouldn't you notice that if you were going to stick your key in the mailbox that there's, boy, this doesn't look very good here. What
Yeah.
happened? I better call maintenance.
Well,
30 some hours?
if you saw blood around, wouldn't you call the police? I mean, if there was that much blood, if it was that alarming for,
Well, even if it just looked like, like somebody's Mountain Dew exploded or something, Dr. Pepper exploded, or what have you, you'd call maintenance and say, "We've got kind of a mess here. Why don't you come and help me clean it up?" You know what I mean? That
yeah.
just seems strange.
We train on
Add it to the
clearing
strange list.
room clearing in law enforcement. And in order to see up against this wall, we have to break the threshold. That's one of our main concerns when we clear rooms before we enter them, is a blind spot up against the wall right here. We can pie the room off all we want, but we can't see this. Even if
It's
we're standing
underneath the
way on the other
staircase.
side of this door, looking on an angle, we can't see against the wall. And that's our main concern when we enter rooms, because we can see the whole room except for tight against the wall.
What is
When you
he
say
even
clear a room,
saying?
does that mean to try to figure out if there's danger?
If you're gonna clear a room, you have to, like, you'd already be underneath the staircase already. You're not, unless they started with a, never mind. Did they enter the apartment from this door that they're showing on the screen the first time? Or don't we know? Okay, I'll just shut up now.
It just seems to
Danger to
me,
you in that next room?
Correct.
What, Chrissy?
it just seems to me like a lot of this bantering back and forth that Gravely's doing is also an attempt to kind of distract. It's all just a distraction. I mean, he's been going on testifying himself, basically, not the witness. He has.
That's why I say every time he goes off on like these not tangents, but like diet, I don't even know, diatribes. Well, you know, the more he cries foul, the more I personally believe he knows that's a weak part of his case. He knows he's wrong. That's why he just goes on incessantly and fights so hard. I don't know, that's my opinion.
And would that danger include a person having a weapon?
Yes.
And do weapons include everything from guns or knives to clubs or hard objects that could hit you?
Correct.
Okay. And so when you clear a room, you're worried about all of those possible threats in the possession of a person who might be crouching. Is that right?
Yes.
So did you, before you entered the rest of the apartment, were you able to make observations that concerned you at the location we're talking about? In other words, then, the door and the hallway that we're in right now. Were there observations that you, as an officer of this extended period of time, having been to scenes with blood before, did you make observations that concerned you before you entered?
Yes. I see what appeared to be blood here. That blood was running down the wall, down the door frame.
Judge, I guess
The blood that Sadie thought was soy sauce? Huh. Interesting. Law Kong, make sure to pay attention to Law Kong's comments. They've been fantastic.
I'm going to object to his answer saying that it's blood.
He didn't say it was blood. He said it appeared to be blood.
And, Judge, this is a person whose credibility on this issue is that he's been to what he told you was hundreds of crime scenes over a period of more than a decade.
We're arguing about something that's not up because I didn't.
Yep.
The witness did not say it was blood. The witness said it appeared to be blood. So you're safe.
Okay.
All right.
Should I go on then?
Be my guest.
Thank you.
Crouching.
Excuse me?
But I'm crouching.
Officer, did you see anything else that caused you concern at this specific location in those early observations?
Yes, there was blood, what appeared to be blood on the door. There was also what appeared to be blood on a mailbox, the wall, the door, and the mailbox.
And then ultimately, did you enter the crime scene?
I did.
And do you recall what way you entered the crime scene? We've seen two entrances, the hallway and the sliders. Which one did you go in, if you remember?
We entered through the through the sliding door.
Okay. Do you recall when you ultimately, if you know, just if you know, do you recall whether this door was locked from the interior or not? Only if you recall.
Yes, this door was locked from the interior.
When you arrived at the scene?
Correct.
Okay. So when you entered, did you take any steps to try to be a steward of the evidence that was in, any evidence that might be involved in that scene?
So at the time, it was the utmost importance preserving evidence on a scene. I wore booties over the top of my shoes. I wore a mask. I wore gloves. I didn't have anything with me. I was super cautious with transferring evidence.
So when you walked in, do you recall who went in with you, if anyone?
Detective Correa.
Just to stop you, is Detective Correa the individual seated in the here at council table with us?
In the gray suit.
Okay. Who else, if anyone?
Again, why are witnesses allowed to view all of this? I mean, I would assume they'd call everybody that showed up to the scene as witnesses, and he's sitting at the council's table?
If any witness should have been excluded, it should have been Sadie. Why is
She's sitting here watching the whole damn thing.
she's sitting there and she's mouthing stuff and using sign language to communicate? Well, I'm getting ahead.
I think I remember hearing that too. Hi, Pixie78. Look at all these beautiful faces popping up on the screen. I am so honored you are spending tonight with me and Chrissy and watching this travesty unfold. Please tell your friends. They must watch this. We need to get involved. We should start picketing. I wonder how far away this is from where I live. And make sure you're paying attention to Law Kong Express's comments. They're fantastic.
And don't forget to have
Officer.
merch store and pick up
I got to
some.
finish that. I also forgot to order my daughter's snowboard. I have to do that. I've already talked to my other daughter about having to break the news to her. It's not going to be here probably in time now because mom dropped the ball. Oops.
Widener and Officer Van Wee.
And do Officer Widener and Van Wee have a particular reason that they
I'm
would?
so sorry. Pause. Half Irish said they called Sadie a victim, so she was allowed to stay. Thank you for the reminder, because someone yesterday had said there's a law in Wisconsin. I think it was Soloman. There's a law in Wisconsin that says victims can listen. That's also bullshit. Continue.
Would be accompanying you within the Kenosha Police Department? Are they detectives?
No, they're highly trained in
Hi, Myra M.
processing evidence. They're specialized in that, retrieving evidence.
So let me just ask you, to the extent you know, that's a specialty in a police department
Yes,
that requires additional training, extra training?
large amounts of training.
Mercy's
And
Law.
do you know, if, in your experience, are Officer, did you say Van Wee
Yep.
and Widener, are these brand new officers who have just started the evidence collection, if you know?
No, they're both seasoned officers who've been on longer than me, 20 years. And they have been processing evidence scenes for the vast majority of their time at the police department.
Is that why they would be sent to a scene like this one, in your opinion?
Correct. They're the best we have.
Okay. So why are they, was it a surprise that they were coming in with you, or does that make sense to you in the context of what this investigation is? Describe to the jury how come there are 4 officers coming in now. We know some officers have already been in there. They have a different role. What's going on now?
So we walked in, Detective Cree and I were the investigators on the case. Van Wheat and Widener were there specifically for evidence collection. So while we were in there, we communicated with each another what was seen, thoughts on what happened, and ultimately, you know, we picked up on things, they picked up on things, and then they completely, thoroughly process the scene.
If I said that this sounds like it was a walkthrough, is that a word, a phrase that you're aware of, or a term?
Yes.
And is that what you just?
Nothing was collected at that time. We simply walked through to get an idea of what had happened there to further our investigation.
So if I understand, it's not your role to pick up individual pieces of evidence. Is that right?
No, that would have been entirely up to Widener and Van Wee.
You're making observations to see what to do next.
Correct.
Okay. Do you observe any electronic items that are on that would at least cause you to note that in terms of, you know, why the scene would be where it is? Were there any electronic items on?
You just said that. You don't need to repeat.
There's a large television that had a blue screen with Rosalio, the name Rosalio.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stakes Exhibit 150.
Let's just interrupt him and put some more words in his mouth.
You recognize that. This is, again, Exhibit 1, Your Honor, Picture 150. I apologize. I'm always mean. If I say 150, I mean the Picture 150.
You're a jackass, sir. If you look jackass up in the dictionary, I'm pretty sure you're going to find this fellow.
So Exhibit 1, Picture 150. Does that depict what you have just described?
I hate him.
Yes.
All right. And so that's a television, I assume, that we see that has the blue screen?
Yes.
Okay, and you indicated it had
We've got
Rosalio.
ourselves
Could you
a
just point that
Columbo
out with the
also.
pointer, please?
Yeah, it appears to be in like a standby mode.
Okay. Now, it looks like the TV screen is above a cabinet or shelving that is fairly extensive in the room. Does that appear to be an accurate depiction of what you saw on the 19th?
Yes, this was on the west wall of the living room area.
All right, and I'll show you a diagram in a minute and have you point out where on the diagram. But before I do that, is there any evidence that anything has been disturbed in this? It looks like, I mean, is this a cabinet or is this a bunch of shelving, or do you recall?
Don't they call it an entertainment
If you
center?
know.
Can we see a picture?
Both, I guess. I mean,
Okay.
it's cabinet with shelving.
That holds a TV.
Does-
They call
like
that
an
an entertainment center.
Okay.
stand, have you?
Does it look like any items have been toppled from this or are disturbed in any kind of major way?
Not majorly disturbed. However, there were some items laying on the ground that may have been knocked off that. I don't know.
And were there any, as to this cabinet or this set of items, if you recall, did you make any observations about anything on this item? Only if you remember.
Yeah, there was blood spatter on the photos, photo frames, basically throughout.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you.
Judge, again, I'm going to ask that be struck as far as that it was blood splatter.
There's not a foundation for the witness to identify the substance which he observed as blood. So unless...
You know, another thing that this asshole is doing, like he's throwing stuff, he knows full well that anything he says, you know how they say you can't unring a bell? So he knows the jury is going to hear this garbage that he's trying to, you know, get out there. This is terrible. Continue.
I'm corrected, we're going to interpret that as it appeared to be...
Appeared to be blood to me.
Okay.
Judge, I just would like to approach just briefly. If we could just talk about this
hate
very
him.
briefly.
As you wish.
Okay.
Oh my God. He's Well, he's like one of those cheaters that you try to play like chess with. No, not even chess. Like a game like Risk or Life or Monopoly. He's the scam artist.
You know,
Look at this innocent man's face. 3
they
years, 7 months. He's been sitting in a jail cell with a bad Chrissy, have you read his like blog on his website?
yes.
The other day, well, yesterday I started reading it and he was talking about like, you
Mhm.
know, extending his arm out in a certain like he went into like an elaborate explanation of how uncomfortable he is and what he's doing to try to relieve that. My chiropractor is a high school friend of mine. Let's see if he can maybe write to him with like some suggestions on look at her
Look at her. Look at
smiling. She's
laughing and
like she's
cackling.
like, "Wee, I dodged a bullet here.
She
My
sent him.
plan worked." Well, you know what, ma'am? Karma's gonna get you. Maybe it didn't get you, how long has it been since this trial? 9 months or
Terrible.
so?
She,
But it's gonna get you eventually.
she is responsible. I don't care what anybody says. She set him up, and she is responsible for a lot of this that happened.
Well, isn't that like, uh like plan A of anybody who's trying to set someone up is stumble upon crime scene, interject innocent man, turn
She,
attention away from me.
they had zero evidence that Zach is guilty. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. No DNA was found anywhere. There's no evidence that puts him at the
I
scene.
tell you,
Nothing.
Poppy the kitten is more involved in Rosalio's disappearance slash suspected murder than Zach is. I mean, I could see he could be questioned down the road, but
I think a big thing, a big part of why he was convicted too is because of.
Officer, you just stated that an area was
finish your thought.
I think a lot of people put so much stock into his daughter's testimony, and anybody that's gone through a breakup of a relationship that has kids, you know that unfortunately lots of times, well, sometimes maybe lots is too much, but sometimes the other parent will use that child against the other one. And I think that
Yeah, they
Sadie,
use it as ammunition
yeah,
or merchandise kind of, or a pawn. They use them as pawns.
she was 12 years, she's a young girl dragged into the middle of this, and her head was filled with Sadie's lies, and she was coached. You can tell she was coached. It's just, there's
Wasn't
no,
he in prison for like 3 years before this trial happened?
I'm not sure of the time.
Or several years? So she had how many years? How many years of Sadie and plus, was she 12 when she testified or 12 when this happened?
I think she was 12 when she testified.
Oh my god, so she was only 10 years old when it happened? Roughly?
Terrible. It's,
Like, what do they even oh my god.
yeah, they had nothing. They had nothing. They manufactured and lied through this trial. And the I think that the defense team also, I don't think that they, I don't know. I'm surprised that they let so many things get passed by them and didn't object to, or, didn't fight harder. Again, I'm not an attorney. What do I know? But it just, it
What's
just,
your
did,
common sense person?
just didn't seem right to me.
Did you watch Letitia Stokes trial? Probably not. I think that was going on the same time this one was.
I did.
Letitia Stokes' daughter testified, and she's older now. I think she was 18 at the time and like 21 when she testified. That girl's a strong girl.
Well,
But
she,
she was also older and she was still manipulated by Letitia. Thankfully, by the time Tisha went to trial, she was old and wise, older and wiser. But if Zach's and Sadie's daughter testifies at age 12 after being, separated basically from her dad while her dad's been in prison since she was like 9 or 10, I mean, she's brainwashed at this point,
Terrible.
in my opinion. Does she have a relationship with Zach's side of the family, or is she only, under the spell of Sadie this whole time? Do we know that?
I think, from what I understand, I think that Solomon has said that
She
they
was 14 when she testified.
communicate with her. So it's
Zach
just
was in jail for. See, I didn't scroll down. My bad. I'm so sorry. Kayla, are you involved in the Wrongful podcast also? Because it is so fantastic. I was raving about it yesterday. You guys have it. It's so organized. It's so comprehensive. It's, brief and succinct. Chrissy, you would not believe what they rifle through in a 54-minute podcast. They go through so much information. It's like one of the best organized podcasts I've listened to. It's very good. Okay. She was 14 when she testified, and Zach had been in jail for 3 years. Oh, and there was a mistrial before this, and it was dismissed for a retrial.
Yeah.
Wrongful. Did I say wrongly again? I'm so sorry. I'm so bad. Put it on a sticker. 11/12 during the whole incident. She was 14 on the stand, soon to turn 15. Good God. So she was fed lies for 3 years. Okay, speaking of mistrial, okay, was his first trial that was a mistrial? Like, how far did it go before, did it go to the jury and they just couldn't decide? Because for those of you who have watched Crime Spies, actually during Letitia Stauch's verdict watch, I had ants in my pants and I wanted to watch this Menendez and Menudo plus Menendez documentary because one of the people, Roy from Menudo, finally filed charges against the manager of Menudo. And it's a 3-part episode we watched where he details all of the abuse from Jose Menendez. So basically corroborating Eric and Lyle's story. Jose Menendez was a monster. And I'm just saying, Menendez brothers, way back when, their first trial was declared a mistrial, and then their second trial, the evidence, there was a shit ton of evidence in the first trial that wasn't allowed in the second trial. And actually in the documentary, Kitty's sister is in the documentary. Her sister was murdered by her nephews, and she even wants them to see freedom someday, soon. Mistrial during Gravely's opening statement. Oh, brother.
imagine that.
Blood. There were some droplets.
So they didn't even get to trial. Huh. Well, and then they throw, I can't even right now.
You're not saying that you are aware that there's been some professional confirmation that it was blood. Is that correct?
That's correct. It appeared to be blood.
Okay. So when you say blood in this context, you're stating your opinion as a professional police officer based on your training and experience. Is that correct?
Correct. For now on, I'll say appeared to be blood.
But you're not saying that you did any kind of professional analysis. You're simply saying, based on what I do for a living, I'm offering you the opinion that's blood. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you a diagram of.
Offering the opinion that it appeared to be blood. Yeah. And I would add what I said before about people in ordinary discourse had some degree of supposition and personal, or not personal knowledge, but historical experience into their answers. So if he does slip into saying blood, keep in mind that is not definitively proved. It's his opinion under all the circumstances and what it appeared to him to be. He's saying it looked like blood, but when he goes back to the police station and gets back into the ordinary discourse world, he's going to say, "I saw blood in these spots." Okay? Any question about that? So there is some degree of
And this is
of,
all still being done in front of the jury?
Yes.
lack
Question mark?
of actual knowledge, and I'm gathering that this will be addressed further during the trial. So go ahead.
So now what I'm going to show you, Detective, is State's Exhibit 41 and ask you if you recognize what this not-to-scale diagram is of. This requires us to
Nettie's
change
the one with
machines,
the-
Judge, so we just need the patience of the jury. So
Nettie is, I'm assuming, the Facebook girl slash
can you expand out as large
one
as
who
you can,
Googled
but
the
still
wrong
have the exhibit
address.
sticker, please?
Yeah.
That's as far as it goes? Okay. All right. Please take a close look at Exhibit 41 for us and indicate if that appears to be a diagram of a layout, again, not to scale, that you recognize.
Yes, it's a very rough sketch of the apartment.
Does it appear to be basically
kidding me?
accurate based on what you recall of your walkthrough at the residence at 1B?
Yes.
So on Exhibit 41, can you just point out for the jury, where is the hallway door that we saw?
It'd be right here.
Okay. And so when you enter that hallway door, what is on each side
Is
of
it
you?
here?
So what are the first things
The
that are on
mailbox
either
here?
side of you in the apartment as you enter?
Sir, the door is swinging out. It's supposed to swing in if
If you
that's the
remember.
door.
Coming through this door.
Yep, the hallway door.
So
Where's the hallway? Oh,
to the right, this way, would
Yep.
be, there was a couch.
Okay. And does it appear to be an L-shaped couch?
Yes, it was an L-shaped couch.
Okay. And then what else?
There was a map.
Zach is probably looking at this going, huh,
Standing
I've
up.
never seen this apartment before. Here, let me study this
And then
map.
to the left was a kitchen area. But I recall there being a wall or something here.
Okay.
I'm
Look
not
at him.
100%
He just can't wait to
certain.
put some more words in his mouth.
That's what happens when you first enter, correct?
Yes.
And is there a dining room table area?
I don't know. Let's look
Yes,
at the
this
map.
would be
I
the kitchen.
can't
This
see
would be
it.
the dining room area here, dining room table.
And the rest of that then, including where the couch is the living room area?
Correct.
Okay.
This whole area would be the living
Say
room
living
area.
room.
Where's the
diagram,
TV
sir?
that we just saw located on this diagram?
Against the west
I'd much
wall.
rather see
Okay.
the map
On the
than
west
his
wall.
face.
And then where are those slider doors that we just saw that would bring you out by the street?
So the slider entrance is right here.
Okay.
Where's the hallway door?
So
Or the-
when you entered, you said you entered the slider door, correct?
Correct.
And then if you enter that door off to the right, you see the TV that we already showed a picture of, correct?
Correct. The cabinet in the television
Listen to
photo
him. He
that
just
you
like
saw
says
would have
it and then
been
asks him to say correct
taken from,
versus asking a question.
similar to this.
All right. Okay. Now, you're not the evidence person, so I'm not asking you for specific and sort of honed in detail.
Could at least
But
he
as you
surmised
enter
that.
the slider doors, what is it that you observe that causes you concern, if anything?
So as soon as I walked in, I observed a substantial amount of blood right here.
And located on what?
So it would have been on the carpet, pooling of blood.
I'm sorry.
So
Pause. I need to get a
within that-
screenshot of this. See, if I was on OBS right now, I'd be able to put a screenshot and then like stick it on the screen over that stupid guy's face. Where's the map? Where is it? Randy, it's not that far back. Here, wait. You know what? I'm going to do it on my iPad. Never mind. I'll do it on my iPad.
On this wall, on the cabinet,
Did I go too far now?
there.
I really hate this screen.
So within that pooling of blood,
The slider doors, what is it that you observe that causes you concern, if anything?
so as soon as I walked in, I observed a substantial amount of blood right here.
And
Substantial.
located on what?
So it would have been on the carpet, pooling of blood. So within that pooling of blood, there was an obvious void where there was no blood in the shape of a rectangle. So substantial amount of blood right here, and then a void, as if there was like a rug there that had been moved after someone was bleeding.
What else did you observe that caused you any concern?
I observed a significant amount of suspected blood on this table, on the couch, on the walls, on the ceiling, on this wall, on the cabinet, on the floor throughout here, on the back wall,
So,
and some areas in the kitchen here.
so Detective, you sound like you're describing many locations in multiple rooms. Is that what you're intending to tell us?
There was suspected blood throughout.
Okay. And some of that's on the ground?
Yes.
And some of it on the ground is substantial?
Yes.
Okay, a lot?
Yes.
And some of it is on the walls?
Yes.
And it's not just one wall, it's several walls in the residence?
Yes.
And some of it's on the ceiling?
Yes.
And it's on the ceiling in several areas of the residence?
Yes.
What about the couch area? Did you observe any blood in that area or anything that, I'm sorry, again, that in your opinion was blood?
Yeah, so the couch had like droplets of suspected blood throughout it. However, against the backrest of the couch right about here, there was a large amount of blood up where you would put your head, up towards the top of the rear cushion of the couch. Right here.
Here, let me figure out what the next
Okay.
lie bullshit.
Do you, let me ask you about some specific pictures now and just orient me as to the diagram. So you mentioned a couch and you've pointed out that's the L-shaped object, is that correct?
Yes, right here.
Okay. And then you mentioned that there was a table and a wall area that was over close to where the kitchen area starts, correct? Over sort of across from the couch. So now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 155. Not 155, 55.
55?
Yeah.
State one, number.
State 1,
Yeah,
55,
no, that's fine.
not
You're good.
155. So, based on your observation of the scene at 1B, do you recognize this picture as something you observed in the period on May 19th when you were in the residence late morning, early afternoon?
Yeah, that appears to be taken right as you enter into through the sliding door. Yes.
Okay, so is there a door depicted in photo 55?
Yeah, this door right here would be the door that enters into the hallway.
Okay. And then you indicated there was a couch and that you recall a wall and a table. Is the wall and the table that you recall depicted in picture 55?
This wall,
How is this allowed into evidence?
there's a small table.
How is that little
And
diagram
was
map
that an
even
area of
allowed?
concern for you in terms of your observations?
Yes,
Why?
there appeared to be a substantial amount of blood on it.
Then I can see some areas that appear to be staining on a carpet or rug. Do you see the areas that are depicted on this picture? Okay. Now, you indicated in your testimony there was an area on the floor that you saw a substantial amount of what, in your opinion, was blood. Is that an area depicted in Exhibit 55?
Yeah, I had mentioned the pooling of blood on the floor. This is the pooling of blood I was talking about right here.
Okay. And there are other reddish or brown stains at many locations on this carpet. Is that consistent with what you saw that day?
Yes, it was everywhere.
Okay. And do you have an opinion as to what that was in the context of everything else you saw and know from this investigation?
It appeared to be blood.
Now, you've indicated a couch, L-shaped couch. Is that depicted in picture 55?
Yeah, so this is going to be the front side of that L-shaped couch with the back of it coming, I guess, out this way.
And if we go to the right side of this picture, okay, so past where the bike is, where are we in the house or the apartment at that point? Just to orient us.
So directly to the right of whoever took the photo is going to be the television stand. Then there's a hallway right here that leads down to the bathroom and bedroom.
Okay, so we haven't talked yet about the bathroom and bedroom, and that was on that diagram. It's on the other end of that apartment, correct?
Correct.
Was there anything that caused you any concern that you remember in the bathroom?
No.
How about in the bedroom?
No.
Was there only one bedroom?
Yes.
Okay, so those two areas appear to you to be untouched, as best you could tell?
Clean. Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to turn your attention from Exhibit 55 to number 220, picture 220. Is 220 a vantage point or a picture that you recall from the 19th of May?
Yeah, so this photo would be standing over top of the L-shaped couch with one side of the couch going this way, the other side of the couch going this way.
Oh my God, I just realized that was a
what
couch. I thought it was a countertop.
When I mentioned what appeared to be blood on the back cushion, this is what I was talking about.
And how would you characterize that? Was that just a small amount or a substantial amount? What in your opinion, what is that?
There was a substantial amount of blood. This wasn't just a spray. It was a large amount of blood.
And then what is the object that's located on that couch that we can see sort of in the center of Exhibit 220 or Picture 220?
So that's a wallet.
Okay. And pursuant to your investigation, did you come to believe that that was Rosalio Gutierrez's wallet?
Yes.
At this time, was his phone located at this time period, if you know?
No, we did not locate a phone initially.
What about his credit cards?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you, at some point in the afternoon hours, you can go back to your desk, apologize. Did you, at some point in the afternoon hours, come into contact with another individual who arrived on the scene and appeared to know Rosalio Gutierrez?
Yes.
And if you recall, about when was that?
It was about 2:30 p.m.
So you had been there almost 3 hours?
Yes.
And officers had been there for that period as well? You weren't the first there?
Right.
So when Mr. Campbell arrived, he had not been called to the scene, to your knowledge?
No.
Pause for a moment for Logcon Express, who is the crown wearer today, because he was the first one in the chat. He had mentioned earlier that Rosalio had 2 vehicles. And the second vehicle, I forget what you said, it was never asked about, or was it ever found? I don't even know. So he says right now, Where are his keys to his truck? Question mark. And then this one here. Did they find the keys to the truck?
I don't think they ever even mentioned the
Myra
key.
says no. Oh my God. Some investigation work here. Sounds
Well-
like, what do they call those? Keystone Cops.
Well, how come the defense didn't bring any of that up?
I don't know. I haven't gotten that far yet. Are you saying that they're going to or they're not going to?
I don't recall them ever asking about another vehicle or the keys.
Writing it down.
No.
When he arrived, did
This
you
is
speak to him?
terrible.
Myself and Detective Korea did, correct?
And what, if anything, can you say about his demeanor when he arrived at the scene?
He was extremely worried, concerned about the welfare of Rosalio.
How did he know to arrive, if you know?
Objection calls for speculation and hearsay.
What was the name of this person that he's referring to as he?
I'm not sure.
Rosalia's vehicles were both parked out front. Thank you for letting us know. Mirror also says defense missed a lot of opportunities. I'm just going to go back and see who he's asking about.
Myself and Detective Korea did,
Oh,
correct?
Detective
And what, if
Korea.
anything, can you say about his demeanor when he arrived at the scene?
He was extremely worried, concerned about the welfare of Rosalio.
How did he know to arrive, if you know? About when was that?
It was about 2:30 p.m.
And hours, you can go back to your desk, apologize. Did you, at some point in the afternoon hours, come into contact with another individual who arrived on the scene and appeared to know Rosalio Gutierrez?
Yes.
And if you recall, about when was that?
It was about 2:30 p.m.
So you had been there almost 3 hours?
Yes.
And officers had been there for that period as well? You weren't the first there.
Right.
So when Mr. Campbell arrived,
Mr. Campbell.
he had not been called to the scene, to your knowledge?
No.
When he arrived?
Mr. Campbell arrives 3 hours after Sadie calls 911. Here's at around, Mr. Campbell arrives at 2:30 p.m. So Sadie must have called around, what, 11:30 p.m., roughly? Because it's been 3 hours. How did this Michael Campbell know to show up? Because it wouldn't have been on the news at this point. Does he live in the neighborhood? Did they have like plans? This was May 19th, so a Tuesday. Is that correct? Tuesday, May 19th. So on a Tuesday, did they have some like type of afternoon plans? Just asking questions.
Did you speak to him?
How would you?
Myself and Detective Korea did, correct?
And what, if anything, can you say about his demeanor when he arrived at the scene?
He was extremely worried, concerned about the welfare of Rosalio.
How did he know to arrive, if you know?
Objection calls for speculation and hearsay.
Actually, no, I would actually like to know the answer to that question. That was my question. How would he know to arrive at Rosalio's apartment on a Tuesday at 2:30 in the afternoon? Rosalio's old girlfriend asked Mike where.
Pursuant to your
What's wrong with
investigation, did
me?
you come to have?
Look at
Hey,
this
well,
guy here. Okay, so he said, look at this. Rosalio's old girlfriend asked Mike where Rosalio was. So at what time did she ask Mike where he was? Like, was it, I'm just wondering for like time frame. Like, is there text messages from this old girlfriend? Plus, why would the old girlfriend even care about an old boyfriend? I mean, it's a coincidence that the same day that Sadie mysteriously stumbles across the scene, that the old girlfriend happens to be interested on where her former boyfriend is and calls this Mike guy all within 3 hours? You'll see all this test. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm
Have
picking
an
myself.
idea how Michael
Thank you.
Campbell knew to arrive at the scene?
Yes.
Can you pause
And
it
what
for a
was
second?
that?
I'm going to object. It honestly calls for double hearsay, Judge.
You have an idea.
Can
That
you
covers
pause-
a lot of turf.
Yeah, it's really not for the truth of the matter. It's simply to orient how this person arrives there and sort of what happens next.
Well, if it's not
I'm
for
just saying he kind of spills the beans on a lot of things. I don't even know if that's correct. Like he says stuff that he should probably keep a little closer to the vest, and he just like puts it out there.
Hey,
the
Shane,
truth of the matter, then
It's not relevant.
it's usually not relevant.
Well,
I have to. Can you?
Yeah, I can pause. I think there's a delay. I hate using this Restream Studio. I think there's a delay. I actually had to delete the one I put in here the other day because when I listened to it on like a replay, because I was actually replaying it, there was like this weird delay. And Chrissy, I think like when you talk, you must be talking at like there's a pause and then I hit play and then you talk. I think there's a delay. That
Probably.
concerns me.
Probably. I can see that there's a delay because I have it on my TV and I have it on my phone, and the TV's running slower than on my phone. So
Oh, yeah.
but
See, I like that OBS better. I think this Restream Studios not Gucci, but I don't know how to have guests elsewhere. Anyway, what were you saying?
so I actually have to scoot. I have to run. But
Oh,
thank
you
you
do
for.
have to leave. Oh man.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
I
And
understand.
my
With
low battery is like kicking into on my phone, and where I have it, it's too far to charge. But thank you for having me.
Oh, you're
And
welcome anytime. Everybody say goodbye to Chrissy.
bye.
You've seen her in some of the chats that we've had. So now you know her face. Okay, well, I miss you already that you're not even gone, but I miss you. Welcome back
Bye.
or come back. Welcome back as a guest, number 1. Number 2, make sure to just let me know if you want to do this again.
For sure.
I'll be here all week and probably 2 weeks.
And let's all send love to Zach and step over and get some merch for the from the store, and keep him in our thoughts and prayers,
Yes,
especially
please.
during the holidays, because I can't imagine what he's going through. So, but and everyone, please join the movement. I love that. So,
Yes,
thank you.
please do.
All right.
Spread the word far and wide this Christmas season.
Mhm. All
Okay,
right.
bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, bye. All right, now your crime spies are just stuck with me. Oh. Okay, well, here we go.
when you said Mr. Campbell was highly concerned, what else can you say about what your observations were of his physical state when you saw him?
Oh, I shot behind his head. Okay.
He was worried. He said that Rosalia was a.
Wait, the judge is objecting? Is that the judge's job to object?
Why don't you rephrase your question?
What?
Well, we're getting into a lot of supposition, and I just think I've caught the scent of some real hearsay.
Isn't that what she just said? Oh my God, oh my God.
Based on the demeanor of Mr. Campbell, what happened next? So you saw him, did you ask him some questions? And I'm not asking the answers. Did you ask him some questions?
I did.
And what was your impression of his level of cooperation or forthcomingness in terms of your experience as a police officer and investigator having arrived at the scene?
There were no shoes found in the apartment? None? Was he known to have more than one pair of shoes? Yesterday, someone, I believe, in the chat had said, even though he was a baseball player, there was no baseballs, or maybe it was on the podcast. Wrongful podcast. See, I got it right. I can be trained. They said there was no baseball bats or baseballs. And I'm no baseball player, but don't you think there'd be some of that equipment laying around?
My impression of Mr. Campbell was that he was concerned for a close friend of his who he hadn't heard of from in multiple days in a row. He was concerned.
Without talking about without talking about the content of
Judge, I'm going to object and ask that the last comment be struck from the record as far as what he did, what Mr. as non-responsive, and also it calls again for hearsay as to what Mr. Campbell said.
It certainly, this is why I was concerned about the sense of hearsay.
Well, let's just discuss this more in front of the jury.
What the testimony that the detective has given is, the appearances of whether someone appears anxious. Those are conclusions we all reach in our everyday lives, and that's okay. But when you encounter someone, even under these kind of circumstances, you really don't know what the person was anxious about, and if he reports what the other person said, if he's relating what was actually stated by the person, that qualifies as hearsay, generally. And then the impression that the detective has expressed, which is his conclusion from the whole incident, includes not only the hearsay, but also his own conclusion from it. And as I say, in our everyday lives, that is how thoughts are expressed, but it's not admissible in court, so I'm going to sustain the objection. And
so I just want to approach briefly again, Judge.
I'll tell you what, you'll probably be shocked that the Court of Appeals just doesn't automatically conclude that everything I do is right. They want, when there are discussions about evidence, they really want them taken down so they can see
the judge is
what I
full
was
of
thinking
himself too.
when I made a ruling on it. So if you want me to re-examine that issue, you're welcome to say so and why. On the record.
Yeah. So clearly, one of the themes for the defense, you're asking me to do it now, is if I understood the court correctly.
It was my impression. Now here, I'm in the conclusion business too. It was my impression that you felt that the ruling was not exactly correct.
I thought I had additional information that might assist the court in terms of where I was going.
Morning break yet, did we? And I promised the jury.
Oh my God, this is all before the morning court
let's take
break?
a break and then I'll chat with these people for a minute. Please don't talk about the case during the break.
How long is this guy on? Oh, he's on for quite a spell. Well, just let me know in the chat how long you want me to keep going. I don't care. I'm going to sit here and watch it. Actually, I'm going to probably rewatch it.
Yeah.
There's so much going on here, people. I'm looking for Law Kong Express's channel. You're a genius, sir.
And there's some right around the corner too.
Oh my God, look at your beautiful logo. Here.
For people like me who actually drink tap water,
No.
as long
Oh,
as it's
no
not
wonder.
from New.
That's his problem. He drinks tap water. Who does that? Here, I'm putting this. Please follow this genius Kong Express's channel. You, sir, I'm not sure how you found little old crime spies here, but I appreciate you. That's his problem. He's drinking tap water and probably in a city that puts all kinds of garbage in it, i.e. read the book I have over there. I have the audiobook on my Rumble channel.
New Palestine.
Oh, New Palestine. Wait, isn't that where the train derailed not too terribly long ago? Chrissy was there. Chrissy was there with cleanup, I think. Look, see, now she just left. Or was that East Palestine? This clown guy. Okay, well, I'm just going to keep going, and then you guys, somebody give me the, exit stage left
Neglected to do some
when it's
investigating in
time.
several aspects of this case. We have Mr. Campbell arriving at the scene without explanation, and we have certainly the defense has suggested that certain other things should have been investigated. I believe that the detective would be able to provide a factual circumstance as to why he did not proceed to begin to investigate Mr. Campbell and was instead oriented in other directions. Obviously, why officers conducted themselves at each point in this investigation is of direct relevance. That was really the theme of the defense opening here. And so I'm not suggesting, Michael Campbell's testifying, right? So again, it's going to be subject to cross-examination. But what information was shared with the detective that caused the detective to have no concern about the fact that Michael Campbell had shown up at this scene, from my perspective, is relevant to describe what the motivation of the officer is or why the officer did what he did next, which is in this case, did not believe that Michael Campbell was worthy of additional investigation or follow-up based on that moment, based on that incident. So again, it's all about the police investigation and what motivates them to do each thing, because that's, of course, been put into direct question. Thank you.
Just because there's a defense theory or theme in place and that it may address Michael Campbell doesn't mean that the hearsay rules and the rules of evidence don't apply.
Well, I think what he's saying is that what he's seeking is not being offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, which would make it non-hearsay.
But then why is he looking to offer it?
Because it disproves something to which you opened the door.
But I don't have to prove or disprove anything. So if he's looking to use that to provide an explanation, then it might not be the truth of the matter asserted for simply that point, but it is the truth of the matter asserted for then why law enforcement did or didn't do something. And
No, but that's not the assertion. The assertion is the content of what Mr. Campbell said. That's the assertion.
I mean, at the end of the day, Judge, I guess what I'm struggling with understanding here is that if the state's going to continuously ask what another individual said, and it's true that he will be subject to cross-examination, but he's not subject to cross-examination right now. So there should be an order of witnesses that if they intend on using Mr. Campbell's statements to justify further means and ends, then they should have called Michael Campbell to the stand first and then had this officer testify. I'm not sure what rule allows the state to proceed in introducing statements of other witnesses when they are using it to establish why things weren't done. So it is being used for the truth of the matter asserted.
First off, I think that confrontation is off the table. I thought
the jury was just left. Didn't they stand up and let the jury out, or is this still in front of the jury?
It strikes
I
me,
thought they stood up, and I could be wrong. Or maybe they stood up and came back and sat down. Oh my gosh.
it's not testimonial, at least not at this point. And I think he's offering it to respond to the accusation that you've made, that the police did an inadequate investigation, and not to prove the truth of what it is that Mr. Campbell claimed. And that would be true even if Mr. Campbell were not available, but if he's available for cross, then to the extent that there would be any testimonial component or hearsay component, that should be eradicated by his availability and your cross. So,
I have nothing further on the issue, Judge.
okay.
So I just wanted to tell the court that when I inartfully, I think that's the word, right?
It's a word, but I'm
think he
not
meant
sure
to
it's
say-
appropriate.
Well, it's because I'm not far along yet. When I inartfully raised the same theory regarding the utterances of Sadie Beecham, I was doing the same thing. As the court recalls, Sadie Beecham has been specifically mentioned in the opening. And so what she said to the officer about why, for instance, the officers, what the jury knows right now is that the officers heard from her and then they disengaged from her and they walked in on the scene. That fits right into the defense theory. You got yourself a suspect right here. What do? You say, see you later. Of course, I'm
That was
highly paraphrasing.
heavily
but-
litigated. That can't be a suspect.
Finish.
But the point is, if you are trying to point out that officers are doing things in the wrong order, leaving things out, not doing it, then the information that they are receiving that causes them to do it. So in this case, my offer of proof is Sadie Beecham said, I'm terrified that my ex did this, and now I am prioritizing. I am so worried about the safety of my kids. I'm begging you to let me leave to go get my kids safe, and I'll come back. Okay, this is what she said. And so the officers let her do that, and she returns back later that afternoon with her daughter. Okay, so again, what otherwise could be depicted as, well, you got yourself a witness here, and you just let her leave, and you're not talking to her again for, X number of hours. It's explained by what the officers did, what their information is. So again,
over his
I'm
words
not
'cause he
offering it for the
knows it's
truth, and she
bullshit.
is going to be back. She's, Sadie Beecham is testifying in this case. What she said to the officer and whether it's legitimate and all those will all be able to be challenged. But that information to the officer is completely relevant to why he makes the decisions he does in terms of the order things happen in this case. Thank you.
Thank you very little, sir.
I have nothing further on the point, Judge.
Well, I think Mr. Really has been premature in throwing himself on his sword because I'm just picking up on it now, so I'm the one who didn't catch it right away. And the reason is it's
Doesn't that show
so
his
commonplace for the
incompetence?
prosecutor,
Shouldn't he be like,
and not always just the prosecutor, but usually will try to fetch a little bit of extra hearsay out of the police officers by asking for some hearsay-ish information, and then when there's an
Ish is
objection,
not
say,
even
well,
a
it's
word.
just being used to explain why he acted as he did next. And usually the response to that, as you correctly noted, is it's irrelevant. And it is. But this time, it actually is relevant because of your opening statement.
God?
So I looking at it that way, it is proper questioning.
I'm running out of
And then I
paper.
would just ask that if these questions are going to be elicited, then I want to make the record now that I would cross-examine on those statements with this officer prior to
Well-
the other individual testifying then.
The order in which he calls his witnesses, we talked about risk the other day, and we're back there. because if the witness doesn't testify, then there could be an issue, although I think I've made clear, I don't think that these are confrontation issues or hearsay issues with this understanding. And so even if the witness ultimately does not testify, I don't think it would cause any problems.
I think, though, in the situation where if they're eliciting testimony of what another witness would say for this purpose, that at the end the defense would seek a curative instruction that the jury should not consider those statements for.
There's a limit to what he's going to be allowed to draw out, and so we need to be aware of that, and I'm sure he is. And if he questions to such an extent that large amounts of information are coming out that indeed become testimonial, then that's another issue altogether. But right now, I think we're still above the level of the water. So let's take 10 minutes and then we'll continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks.
Thank you, Vilhammer, for inserting some mood music and cutting out the break. Thank you so much. His link for his channel is below. I'm pretty sure I think I spelled it right.
You'll know.
Oh, isn't that kind of like Poot in the Murdaugh trial when he like picked up the shotgun, pointed it at the prosecution, I think it was, and said tempting.
I haven't done that yet.
If I were this fine lady here, I wouldn't laugh at anything this jackhole says. Look at poor Zach. He's in the middle of a clown show right here.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
This is a man's life, and they're joking.
And I remember when Sister David said that she had eyes in the back of her head.
Man.
I was only 5 years old, and I believed her.
I mean, you'd have to interject some humor into this, or we'll all like be in a corner sucking our thumb, curled up.
I'm like, sorry, you missed it. We're back on the record.
This innocent man, day 1313. Can I fast forward? I don't want to look at.
You may be seated.
I'd rather look at that poor innocent
Okay,
man
thanks.
and send him good
I
juju.
think I had sustained the objection.
He doesn't
and,
even remember.
After we conversed some more, I changed my mind.
Oh,
So the objection has been overruled.
oh, okay. Why don't you clarify for us?
What did Michael Campbell say to you regarding how he had happened to arrive at this scene at around 2:30 p.m.?
So Michael had said he was a close friend to Rosalio, that they communicated regularly, and he hadn't heard from him in a couple days. They worked together, they're friends. He also stated that he spoke with an Eileen Knoll, who was also a friend of Rosalio, and Rosalio was doing work at her residence at the time. Eileen said that Rosalio had not showed up to work at her residence multiple days in a row, and that she had not heard from him either.
Okay. Coincidence that he hadn't showed up for a couple days to her job, and it just so happens that she sends Michael within within 3 hours of Sadie discovering the scene. You know, they say there are no coincidences.
So he was coming to check
coming to Rosalio's apartment?
Correct.
And
In the middle of a day on a Tuesday.
when you dealt with Mr. Campbell, how was his, as people either approach you or you approach people as an investigator, are there individuals who, when you ask them questions or are obtaining information from them, they appear to be reluctant to provide you either any information or full information about the questions you have? Do those people exist in your work?
They do, yes.
And are there also people you come across in your work who, when you ask a question, are actually trying to volunteer every fact they can think of? In fact, they're the exact opposite. They are trying to volunteer every piece of information from, again, your perspective as a professional dealing with individuals all the time.
Yes.
And if any of those are characteristic of Mr. Campbell, or if it's something else, what, if anything, can you say about Mr. Campbell's demeanor and attitude in that regard in your interaction with him at the scene?
So Mr. Campbell, when he got there, he sought us out. He was looking for us to speak to. And he provided, in a concerned fashion, the information that he gave us. I didn't feel as though he was withholding information. I don't feel as though he was hiding information. He answered all our questions. He elaborated on all his answers to the most knowledge he had to give us. That explains my encounter with him.
Based on your interaction with him, did you feel that you had to hold him or in some way keep him in a place? Or
Judge, I'm sorry. I'm going to ask that the portion of the officer's testimony regarding and we can come up if you need, but a Hasseltine objection on the grounds of what the officer stated about.
It does sound like Hazeltine evidence.
Judge, it doesn't have to do with truth or vouching for the truth. It has to do with, again, motivating what kind of decision you can make. If one individual is in some way appears to not be providing you full information, you have one sort of course of conduct as an officer and you have to prioritize. If you have an individual where your impression, for whatever truth it is the opposite of that and you're getting all the identifying information, obviously you prioritize other investigative avenues at that time.
Arguing no.
I thought you wanted me to. I apologize.
Well, no. I'm talking about your presenting the argument that's reserved for the later part of the case, not arguing the objection. The problem is I do think it's Hazeltine evidence. It's almost
Hazeltine or
a
Hazeltine.
dead ringer from the social worker testifying about believing
wait a
or not
minute.
believing an informant.
Pause. La Kong Express. Mike was at Rosalio's at 1:46 a.m. on Sunday the 17th. Where is that evidence? Where does that come into play? This is why I stream in OBS. So you're telling me 1:46 a.m. on Sunday the 17th, Mike, I forgot to write his name down, was there Sunday the 17th. So Saturday the 16th into Sunday the 17th. Oh, dear God. And then just happens to show up within 3-hour window of when Sadie stumbles across, what looks like a horrific bloodletting experience, thing, and just happens to show up within that 3-hour window. How far away does this Mike live from where Rosalio lives? Just wondering, Eileen Noel calls him, just happens to call him, didn't call the first day that he didn't show up to do his job, calls the second day, happens to be the day that Sadie goes over there.
He just made a judgment.
And It's not about, it's about level of cooperation. Apologize.
Let's do it this way. The officer's testimony is that having completed his discussion with Mr. Campbell,
Hi, Buddha. Who are you?
he felt satisfied that he didn't pursue anything further with him at that point. That is, you cannot accept the officer's conclusion as accurate. I'm not saying it isn't. I'm not saying it is. That's why you're here. He made a judgment based upon his
Where's the pizza?
what he heard, and made some conclusions from it.
Oh man, I gotta wait till day 7.
That doesn't mean what the truth of what was stated is. Is that clear? I'm sure I could improve on that explanation, but the point is that when we talked about Hazeltine, there was a famous case where a witness who had interviewed an accuser in a case
I gotta speed this fella up.
testified that, and I think it was a social worker, testified that she thought that the accuser was being accurate in what she was telling the social worker. That's not permitted, because that is, the social worker is not allowed to decide the truth of it. That's for the jury. So we don't allow witnesses to speculate on the accuracy of statements made by others. On the other hand, people aren't in court all the time, and so they make their judgments based upon the world in which they live. And the detective exists in the world of investigating crimes and makes judgments. You refer to them as priorities.
So Sadie and Mike.
But none of that is conclusive
Oh
on you
man,
folks. So
wait a minute. So you're telling me Law Kong Express, you're telling me that Sadie and Michael were at the victim's home on Sunday, May 17th, in the early AM hours. So Sadie was there till technically, like, it turned from the 16th to the 17th. She was there till 12 a.m. And Michael was there till 1:46 a.m. So then that even makes it more interesting, frankly, because Sadie and him were basically the last people to see him alive. Okay, isn't an investigation like 101? Like the first person you question is like the spouse or significant other. The second person you question is the last person to see them alive. And the third person you question is the person that finds the body and or crime scene. So don't you find it kind of a coincidence that if Sadie and Michael and Rosalio were all in the vicinity, all with him, all there at the time that he supposedly was unalived, and then Michael shows up within a 3-hour window of Sadie calling 911? I mean, I said this before, and this is not to disparage the deaf or the blind, but Helen Keller could tell that this guy, Zachariah, is not involved. Holy, and I have to wait till day 7.
to the extent that this testimony has been given, it can be considered only to
If I had some alcohol, I'd be drinking it right now.
on the issue of the quality of the police investigation. It may not be considered. as supportive of the truth or accuracy of what Mr. Campbell stated. Any question about that? Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Were you able to obtain
Sorry. That again. I apologize. Okay, here we go.
identifying information on
Much
how to
easier
reach
with the
Mr. Campbell
OBS
again in
thing.
this case?
Yes, we got name, address, phone number. He provided everything.
And was there any difficulty at all in getting him to agree to give you that information?
No.
When Mr. Campbell talked about other people that he was engaged with and talking about, et cetera, what can you say about his level of cooperation in providing collateral numbers or ways to contact those people?
Mr. Campbell provided everything that he knew regarding phone numbers, addresses, all that. He was very forthcoming.
Based on all of the things we've talked about, did you believe it was appropriate to finish your conversation with Mr. Campbell and get back to the rest of the investigation of this case at that time?
Yes, he presented no reason to hold him or to further question at that time. He was free to leave. He left.
And I want to go back to our conversation regarding Sadie Beecham. Okay, now again, that conversation was before you went into the residence, right?
Correct. It was ultimately the first thing I did was talk to her.
Went and talked to her, and you mentioned that she was physically shaking and she appeared frightened for her children. Am I correctly summarizing that?
Yeah, she was very scared.
Okay. So one possible investigative avenue would have been to immediately take her down to the station and walk her through some more details. In other words, not just briefly have her tell you what she knew, but be very detailed about it at that first moment. That would have been a possible thing to do. Is that right?
Yes.
Were there concerns expressed by Sadie Beecham that caused you to feel that that should not be how you prioritized?
Yes.
If so, what were they?
Based on everything she had witnessed, everything that she had experienced, she felt as though her children were in danger, and she needed to get to them.
And why did she feel they were in danger in general? What was she saying to you in that initial interview that caused you to say, yeah, that's something I'm going to prioritize. I'm going to allow that to be the priority?
Because she knew, she was aware that Zach Anderson knew where the children were at that moment. So she needed to get to them and bring them somewhere where he wouldn't know where they are.
And when you say Zach Anderson, is that a person you now know in this investigation?
Yes, the defendant.
So for the purposes of our record today, when you have referred to a person named Zach Anderson, can you point out who that person is, say what they're wearing today?
He's sitting in a defendant chair in the middle with a gray suit, tan and blue tie.
Now, as Sadie Beecham was
Hello and welcome to Buddha. Comment. You're referring to the person who is convicted of killing Rosalito Gutierrez as poor Zach. So I'm just wondering how he is innocent. How do you know he's guilty? I'm just curious. I had to shut the heater off. I welcome you to join us. And have a kind and enlightening conversation with everyone. So there's that. You're welcome to join us and have a nice open debate kindly. That's why we're rewatching this Buddha, because so many people that have seen it have come to the conclusion that he was wrongly convicted. You know, that does happen. And anyway, that's it for now.
expressing her worries about the safety of her children with Zachariah Anderson, the defendant, knowing their location, Was she still manifesting those physical shakings and scared things you've talked about so far?
Yes.
Based on what she told you, the content of what she said, and what you observed about her physically, did you make a decision about whether she would be allowed to take care of that priority before you interviewed her further?
Yeah, she provided where the children were, where she was taking them, and that she would be coming back as soon as that was completed.
And was there anything about
Sorry to pause again. My comment also is, these are learning experiences for all of us. This is also why I wanted to put this on Rumble, because I think over the years we have learned that a lot of the stuff that happens and gets spread around is not accurate. And that's basically kind of why we're rewatching this again, is because we're trying to get more eyeballs on this trial. That's why we're rewatching the trial. So there's that.
her demeanor that caused you concern about her level of cooperation, such that you might feel you had to take other steps, to preserve an ability to be in touch with her?
No, she was genuinely scared.
Consequently, were you able to again interact with Sadie Beecham later that afternoon?
Yes.
And had, to your knowledge, had she been given the time to accomplish the priority she had?
Yeah, I believe she was, she left that scene after talking with her roughly 1 o'clock, 1:30-ish. And I met her again at about 3:45.
Okay, now I want to now bring you back so everything we've talked about so far has occurred in the afternoon hours, starting at 11 a.m., but now the afternoon hours of May 19th. Is that correct?
Correct.
At some point, did you have occasion to know that the defendant had been placed in custody?
Yes.
And if you know, what jurisdiction or was it Kenosha police officers who placed him in custody, if you know?
No, it was Mequon Police Department.
And did he eventually have occasion to be in your presence?
Yes.
Where were you present with him? Were you in Mequon or in Kenosha?
He was arrested in Mequon, brought to Kenosha.
So your interaction with him was in Kenosha?
Yes.
And if I indicated that appears to have begun any interview of him occurred to have begun on 10:48 p.m. on the 19th, 10:49 p.m. on the 19th of May 2020, do you believe that to be accurate?
Yes.
And am I correct that the interview ended at approximately 12:18 a.m. on what would then be the 20th of May?
That's accurate, yes.
So if I'm doing the calculation, that is 1 hour and 29 minutes. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you Mirandize him? In other words, read him his rights during that interaction?
Yes, he was read as Miranda rights.
And during that interaction, how many people were involved in any questioning of the defendant?
It was myself, Detective Correa, and Mr. Anderson.
And was he in an open area or was he in an interview room?
Wait, did they just skip right over Michael and then go straight to Zachariah? When was Zachariah even questioned? It's my understanding, according to Soloman, he was arrested on the 19th, which is that Tuesday. Is that true? So Tuesday, just so we're clear, Tuesday, 11:30-ish, Sadie calls 911. Within 3 hours, Michael shows up. Michael and Sadie were basically the last two. Michael, if I'm not mistaken, Michael was the last one to have admitted to seeing him. Well, actually, this is a really good opportunity for people that did not watch the trial but saw the, verdict perhaps, or maybe saw bits of the trial and saw the verdict, and pop in and say he's, convicted, you know, murderer without a body or a weapon and no evidence at all. This is a really good opportunity for perhaps, them to. This is the first witness, actually, if Buddha is still in here. This is the first witness. This is my first time watching this. So this could be a really good opportunity for people that, just go along with the narrative. He's convicted, he's guilty. Throw away the key to maybe tune in for the next 2 weeks as we watch this. So, okay. So they just went right, just so I'm clear. They briefly interviewed the woman that found the, alleged crime scene. Well, no, she found a scene with, a large bloodletting event. Within 3 hours, Michael shows up, who apparently on day 7 testifies that he was there in the early morning hours of the 17th. This is Tuesday afternoon, 2:30. Michael shows up. And then they just go right straight to Zachariah and read his Miranda rights right there. So they investigated for what, a couple hours?
Sort of environment was he in?
So we were in an interview room. Detective Curry on one side of the
Is
table.
he the only one that they actually brought into a formal interview room? Zachariah, the only one that they actually formally interviewed?
Well, Mr. Anderson on the other side of the table, and I was sitting in between.
And at the point that you came in contact with him, had you received guidance as to what the defendant was aware of about any circumstances regarding Rosalio Gutierrez? In other words, had you been made aware that he had some knowledge of some subject matter as you began to speak to him?
Yes, it was my understanding Mequon PD had informed him why they took him into custody, and he knew.
Wait, do we have 3 wonderful people from the Wrongful podcast in our chat currently? Because that's blowing my mind. It's me, Josie, Alicia, and then who was that other lovely lady? Yeah, she has a different face. Now I forget her name. I'm so sorry. I am very old. This is unbelievable. I am very honored you are blessing us with your presence after your absolutely incredible 3 episodes so far. Wow. Thank you.
Why he was coming to talk with us.
And so do you believe he had an awareness based on the information you were provided
Kayla.
that an individual named Rosalio Gutierrez had disappeared?
Yes.
So you believe he knew that at 10:49 p.m. on the 19th of May?
I'm going to object as far as speculation as to what he believed Mr. Anderson knew.
Well, Judge, again,
And if it's not speculation, then there's been a lack of foundation.
again, it goes to what the officer did at what point in time. Because
If I may respond to that, Judge?
Go ahead.
Thank you. This isn't getting to why the officer did something, or this is getting into statements of Mr. Anderson and what Mr. Anderson believed to be or not to be. I think we need to make a clear distinction between the other witnesses.
Well, this is it's similar to the other witnesses, but this is a huge amount of speculation, and it's explanatory only on the issue of why the police acted as they did, which in and of itself is only is usually not an issue that we examine in any depth. There is, however, a claim in this case, which has been made by the defense, that the police did a inadequate investigation. And so to some extent we're scrutinizing, well, you're scrutinizing the adequacy of the investigation in terms of the...
Also, thanks for the reminder. This wrongful podcast I've been listening to, 3 episodes now, is fantastic. And it is not confirmed. There are 3 people involved in that podcast. We've got the narrator and then 2 other people. I'm so sorry. I don't know what your roles are in it, but it is one of the most organized, succinct, it's fantastic. I've spoken several times about it. It's great. So in the description box underneath, there is a link to Bielhammer's channel and playlist, because he's the one that remastered the audio. Then the second bullet point is freezachariahanderson.org, where you can find all kinds of things about this case, evidence, the people involved, how to write to him, etc. And then bullet point 3 is discussions about details revealed in new podcast series Wrongful, and I spelled it right finally, and the link. And then bullet point number 4 is what we the people can do to get involved, including contributing to the legal fund here. There's a link to the Gives and Go. And then underneath that is, in case you missed it, interviews with Soloman Anderson, who is Zachariah's brother. The first one, I think, is Broken Bakers from the other day. That's the one that I watched the other day, and now I can't get this out of my head. And then there should be a link to his channel. And then the next video link is for MLS, Making Law Simple's David, and a link to his interview with Soloman Anderson a couple weeks ago. So all those little nuggets are right as you enter the description box. And then I believe the bottom ticker on here should say, join the hashtag Free Zachariah Anderson movement. Today is day 1,313. Zach has been incarcerated for a crime he clearly did not commit, in my opinion. Links in the description box to his website, which has so much information about this trial and ways you can contact Zach and donate to his appeal. So hopefully that helps.
ultimate issue for you, which is the pursuit of the truth of this incident.
So far, I haven't heard any truth.
His conclusion from what
Thank you.
he heard from the defendant is totally insufficient to establish what the defendant was thinking, and is explanatory only of why he acted as he did in furtherance of the investigation. So I'm going to let the question be answered, but you must understand that under no circumstances are his conclusions legally adequate to base a verdict as to the truth of anything in our strictly for explanation of course of the police investigation. Is that clear? Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
And because of the hour, I'm going to move on to another topic, and at some other time, I'm going to come back to the interview, just because I don't want to chop that up.
What you wish?
So I'm just explaining to the court why I'm changing topics after the court ruled. Detective, did the Kenosha Police Department do some searching at a residence that they believed was owned and occupied by the defendant on May 19th, 2020?
Yes.
And was that address 6813 West Highland Road in the Mequon area?
Yes.
And on the 19th of May, were you in any way involved in that search?
No, I didn't partake in any searches there that day.
And was that partly because you instead were involved in interviewing the defendant?
Correct.
Okay. On the 20th of May, were you part of a return to that address at 6813 West Highland Road to check out additional areas and to do additional search for evidence?
Yes.
And was that during the daylight hours?
Yes.
And you hope that being there during the daylight hours, I assume, would assist you in searching the property. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall in general? Can you, in general, describe that property? In other words, how do you get there? How do you get in there? And what, in general, do we have that you needed to look at?
Yeah. So it was a gravel driveway entering the property. There was a house and several outbuildings, including a couple garages, a couple old chicken coop areas, a couple lean-to parking areas, some sheds, and I remember there being a camper parked on the property as well.
And when you got there on the 20th, did you observe vehicles that were of some interest to you at that time?
Yes, there was a black Audi sedan and a black Chrysler minivan.
And had those vehicles in some fashion come up in your interview with the defendant on the 19th?
Yes.
I'm going to show you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1, Photo 254. Just ask you briefly if you recognize that item from your search of that Mequon area residence on May 20th.
Yes, that's the black Chrysler minivan that I saw at the residence.
And did that vehicle appear to be owned by the defendant, if you know?
I don't recall.
Okay. Then at some point, first of all, did you actually search that vehicle, or did you just observe the interior of that vehicle?
So I looked in the side and rear windows of the van. I never went inside.
And what could you, in general, observe from the inside of that van?
Observed a container of Clorox bleach wipes, an opened box of garbage bags in the back. I observed that the rear seats were out of the minivan. And I also observed that there was a large piece of carpeting removed from the back. About a third of the carpeting in the back area had been roughly cut out. And the carpet that remained had several white blotches on it that appeared to be like a bleach stain.
I'm going to show you now.
For those of you that are watching this for the very, very, very first time, like I am, this clown here, Gravely, the gas bag, he, in his opening statements, kept repeating the fact that Zach had bleach. Zach used bleach. He was shown at Walmart buying bleach. Where's my stupid thing? You know, it's very unfortunate that Zachariah picked up the brand Clorox instead of something like this, the brand Arm & Hammer? Because when you say Clorox, Mr. Gravely, it's like people automatically jump to the fact that it's bleach. Clorox is a brand. They make toilet bowl cleaner, they make disinfecting wipes. But when you say Clorox to a person, it's like if I use the word Kleenex. I don't say, oh, hey, can you grab me that box of Puffs over there or Scotties? Yes, they were wipes. They were antibacterial wipes. Happened to be made by the brand Clorox. It wasn't freaking bleach. Like I said, it's just, this is like super bad luck that Zachariah happened to pick up the Clorox brand and not the Arm & Hammer brand or any other number. And yet this man here is allowed in his opening statements to shout Clorox at the jurors, implying that it's the white jug that you use to whiten your laundry. This is, in my opinion, another way that he misled people. There's no bleach. But when people say Clorox, doesn't that like the first thing that comes to your head? Not the multitude of other things that they make? He doesn't clarify. Clorox antibacterial wipes 2 months after the Rona, the 2 months after the 2 weeks to slow the spread thing. Oh my God. I'm wheezing. I got to find my inhaler.
I'm going to show you now what's been marked as Exhibit 1, Photo 263. Is that a van?
Okay, as a mother of 3 teenage daughters, let me tell you, the only thing that'll get blood stains out is hydrogen peroxide and an iron. Try it. It works every time.
Vantage point or a view that you believe you observed in the context of May 20th, 2020?
Yeah.
So that's with the tailgate up, the lift gate up on the back. But yeah, I was peering through the window of the van, and that's what I observed.
This is the vantage point. Essentially, this is from the back, but this is what you saw when you looked inside?
Yes.
So if you could take, if the court would indulge us and let you have that pointer again, then I'd ask you to approach and first point out to me where the items that appear to you to be bleach stained.
I don't need to talk.
He keeps misleading.
Where's the area that you felt appeared to be bleach stained?
You know what? I honest to God believe that this Gravely is such a nincompoop that in his mind he thinks the Clorox wipes are Clorox bleach. Because now he's just flat out saying bleach stains. Do we even know if the Clorox brand of disinfecting freaking wipes contains bleach? Like, aren't they lemon scented? They're just like the brand. I don't know if any disinfecting wipes I've ever bought are bleach disinfecting wipes. I mean, I could be wrong.
Stains.
Yeah, he just actually said bleach.
Okay. And then the area
Oh,
that you
and sorry, at Walmart, he bought, this is my recollection again, I'm old. He bought trash bags. Oh, he bought trash bags and shampoo and sardines and bleach. Okay. For starters, it's my understanding that those garbage bags were 13-gallon. Well, 13-gallon is for like a kitchen-sized garbage can. They're not the big, like 40, 50-gallon big black bags. And even the Glad bags, like I try to use it for, storing things over the winter. And even the Glad, super thick black garbage bags, the 50-gallon or whatever they are. I have to go to like Menards and get the Home Depot contractor bags, because if you look on the bag at the bottom, it'll say like how many milliliters thick it is. And the best ones are from Menards. They don't poke holes. It's my understanding he never even ate the sardines. And the garbage bags that he bought were, again, 13-gallon, which is like your little, kitchen size one. And they're unopened. It's my understanding.
You said was about, I think you said about a third that was rough cut. Is that area depicted in this? And if so, can you just point that out in general?
Yeah. Just like this, what Pixie says. Yeah, my brand of Kleenex. See, I just said it. They're called Up and Up facial tissues. How many times have you been over, even at your house or someone else's house and you've got some boogage coming out? Do you look at someone and say, hey, can you grab me that box of facial tissues? Or can you, grab me that box of puffs? No, you say, hey, can you
You're
hand me a
inquiring
Kleenex?
about the area that was cut out,
Kleenex
correct?
is a brand.
Yeah, if you could just point that out for the jury. Where is the area?
This whole third back section.
And does that area include exposed wires?
It does.
Okay. And exposed sort of bottom of the vehicle because the carpet's out?
Correct. This didn't appear like a factory, like how it comes, because the under insulation area here was kind of sticking out, and
Sorry. Now you're going to hear me pause again and ramble. But it's my understanding that he was doing home renovations on his house. And he had a vehicle to drive, an Audi, I believe. So if this was me, well, frankly, I have a car and I have an SUV. And if I'm working on something that involves going to Home Depot all the time, guess what I do to my SUV? I push down all the seats. So the only two seats that are still sitting up, actually, if I have a really large grocery haul, I do the same thing because I have 4 children. So the fact that the back of his minivan here, is devoid of seats. Minivans don't have seats that fold flat. Like the seats in my car, the way back seat and then the two middle, like, what do they call those? Captain seats or whatever. Like they fold flat. Flat equal to the tailgate. I mean, he's remodeling his house. This is just,
a factory cut would be nice and clean. This was not clean cut.
Now, did you do anything further with the van, having made these observations yourself?
That day?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Was the van retained as evidence so that other decisions could be made about the van based on the observations at a later date?
Yes, it was secured.
Yeah, that's
and
how people
decided
operate.
that we would take the van.
Okay. From that Highland Road address?
Correct.
And where did it go to, if you know? Only if you know.
see how he
The
does
Wisconsin
this?
State Crime Lab.
Okay. And what is the Wisconsin?
Okay, just stop me from doing this. See how he went like this? Guess who just did that the other day? Bryce Rhodes. I bet Jesus Enrique Rosas, the body language guy, would tell us what this means. This guy is so full of
Wisconsin State Crime
shit.
Lab, a place that analyzes things like this van, if you know?
Yes.
You can sit back in your chair. And so would that be the logical place you would send it for a more thorough investigation than the Kenosha Police Department is able to do?
Yes. State Crime Lab's probably would do the most thorough job of processing
what
evidence.
date was this?
I'm going
What
to
date?
now ask that you take a look at Exhibit 1, Picture 271. Is that a vehicle or a vantage point you recognize from the residence?
Is that an A6?
Yes, that was the Audi sedan that was parked in the driveway.
Had this also come up in the interview?
Yes.
All right, and so that was also his residence on the 20th when you arrived?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to search the house itself?
Yes, I went through it.
Do you recall how much land we're talking about here?
I believe it's 4 acres.
And did you have an opportunity to search the outbuildings that you described?
Some of them, yes. I personally, some of them,
Did you have a crew of people with you that day?
yes.
Do you believe that, and was it Kenosha Police Department?
Yes.
Do you believe that all the buildings were searched on the 19th and the 20th?
Yes.
And were the grounds searched as well?
Yes.
Was there anything of note or interest to you, knowing that you've talked about the weather conditions over the last few days before and the heavy rain? Was there any anything of note in the outdoor area that was of any interest to you, particularly knowing that it had been raining?
Yes, there was a larger sized fire pit that was smoldering directly behind the residence in a grassy
I
area.
didn't find
And can
jack
we
shit
see
in
that
that van
general
other than
area
a
in this
teeny
picture or
tiny
not
amount
really?
of a brownish
Just-
orange
Here, I can point.
substance,
Yeah.
unidentifiable.
If it's partially depicted.
That's my understanding. Hi, Jawlocks. How are you? Look, people, we have a kick person here. Oh my God, Rumble, I'm so sorry.
All right, you can go back.
For those of you who are watching
And
on
you said that
Rumble,
was still smoldering?
please tell
Yes.
them.
And
We
then
need
what does
to
that mean to you?
fix.
How were you able to tell it was smoldering?
It appeared the ash in the fire was still burning and creating a smoke from it.
And was it, it looks fairly sunny at the moment you're there on the 20th. Is that, at least based on that picture, were there moments of sunshine on the 20th that you know of? It's not the 19th, it's the day after, the 20th?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you also find that there was a dumpster at the residence?
Yes, it's in that picture right there.
Okay. Is it a blue object in the picture?
Yes.
Were the contents of that emptied and looked through?
Yes, we actually had a dump truck or a loader come and dump the contents out in the driveway.
And was there garbage either in the house or attached to the house in some fashion? Connected with the house? Garbage bags, garbage cans?
In the
Oh my
dumpster?
God, there's other
Okay.
people.
What about in the home?
Cat boy,
Yes.
I'm so
Okay.
sorry. I
Was
didn't
that
see your
garbage
message.
searched?
Yes.
And was there a trailer located at this home?
Yes, camper.
And did it have debris?
Yes, there was a trailer. There was also a camper trailer.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Okay, so there was a trailer like that somebody would use as a residence or a place they might park at a campground or something?
Yes.
Okay, was that searched?
Yes.
Okay, was there also a trailer that someone pulls to move items around?
Yes, it had, it was a sided trailer with some furniture and like lath and other construction stuff, I guess.
Where was that located at the residence in general?
Next to the dumpster.
Okay, and in that, were the contents of that trailer that we just talked about also looked at in this case?
Yes, it was thoroughly searched.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1, picture 274. Is that the trailer we've talked about?
Yes.
Before it was looked at item by item?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 1, page 275. Is that the same trailer?
Yes.
Is that a vantage point of the trailer that is a way shot of some tools that were located in that trailer?
Yes.
And again, is this before the vehicle itself or the trailer itself was looked at item by item?
Yes.
And then I'm going to show you what's been marked as photo number 276 in Exhibit 1. Is that a close-up of tools located on the defendant's property at Highland Road in that trailer?
2 hammers and a
Why would they show tools unless there was, following said picture, evidence that those tools contained something to do with this crime?
Knife.
2 hammers and a knife, and the knife is in a sheath of some kind?
Correct.
And are these all true and accurate pictures? In other words, that's what you remember from the date of?
Yes.
So at some point, did you come to believe that persons who you could identify who had last seen the defendant described him as wearing a flannel shirt?
I'm going to object as far as hearsay. That is being used for the truth of the matter asserted.
It only goes to, again, these are people who are going to testify. It goes to why he would search for this particular item. You know, he's doing a search. It only explains why this item would be an item he is searching for. You recall a flannel shirt being brought up by witnesses saying when they when they last saw the defendant, he was wearing a flannel shirt of a certain type.
Yes.
And were you provided a picture of that flannel shirt?
Yes, I was.
So you knew precisely what sort of shirt and what you were looking for when you did this search warrant on the 19th and the 20th, weren't you?
Yes.
You weren't there the 19th, but on the 20th you were.
On the day of the 20th, I was, one of the key things I was looking for was that flannel shirt.
Okay, so I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 42.
This is so horrifying. So the tools that they just showed to the jury didn't have even nothing, did nothing. So they show the tools to the jury. This guy.
So is that a picture provided you by witnesses so you knew what shirt to look for?
Yeah.
Just let me finish my thought here. So they just showed tools on a man's property. A man who was doing his house, it's my understanding, was basically gutted because he had to go all the way. I mean, for those of you who have done remodeling, when you have to go into the wiring, it's pretty bare bones. I haven't seen anything, but thanks to this wonderful podcast I've been listening to called Wrongful, that's on there that it was down to the, like, skeleton. He was living very, bare bones, if you will. But they just showed these tools on the property in the back of a van with missing seats on the property of a man who does that for an occupation. They buy home. It's my understanding they do sheriff sales, buy homes. That's why he had the large amount of cash on him. And just showed tools that had no evidence whatsoever to the jury. Isn't that called inflammatory? Again, I count beans. I'm a numbers person. Zach had his own DNA found in his pants. I've seen no evidence of Zach wearing a flannel in the month of May. It's just a random picture. He did demolition work. He did demolition work for a living. Huh. If you got demolition work, wouldn't you need some space in your vehicle? I don't know, maybe the whole back of your minivan? You'll see it. What Zach was wearing on the 17th that I recall. Oh my God. My God.
Yes, what you see is significantly blurrier than the photo that I have. It was a lot clearer, the one I looked
So he's
at.
taking a picture of himself in a shirt.
But
Weird.
it does depict the same shirt.
Yes,
Okay. And so you looked for that shirt
I did.
at Highland Road.
Yes.
Did you, was that shirt found in any of the buildings that
Wait,
we've
he's not going to suggest that Zach got rid of the shirt because it had the victim's blood all over it. That's why no one can find it.
talked about?
I was unable to locate that shirt.
Was it found in any of the garbages that you looked at?
No.
No.
Was it found in any location on that property in any way, shape, or form?
No.
You got to be kidding me.
Having seen that a third of the van carpeting of a van on the property appeared to have been not industrially cut out, did that become something you were interested in?
Absolutely.
And so as you searched all of the areas we've talked about, did you look for this van carpeting so that you'd be able to account for it and see if it had any evidentiary value?
Yes.
And did you find that in any part of this property or location?
No.
You gotta be kidding me.
Were you,
Yeah, he did his
had
laundry.
you spoken to witnesses who indicated that?
Okay, so Jawlock, I'm not sure if you're still over on the kick side. You Rumble people, I love you. I'm so sorry. I'm not giving you the attention that you need. So you heard me say the whole thing about Zach's house and how his house was like, well, just imagine if you had wiring issues in your residence where you live. The only way to get in there is to start busting up the walls. And if it has to be like a significant job, I mean, that's extensive work. And so Sadie, the victim's girlfriend, well, one of the victim's girlfriends, there were, my understanding, 4 to 5 of them. And because it's Christmas time, we're using ho, 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 as a Merry Christmas, sentiment. So the woman he never married, but they had 3 children together with. Sadie was dating the victim, and Zach and her had, it sounds like a fairly decent, relationship at that point. But she was comfortable enough to let Zach come and go and do his laundry. I mean, she could have said, you go use, fluff and stuff down the street or something. This is unbelievable.
That they had seen brand new duct tape and brand new rope at the residence on the day
He's just making things up.
Rosalio Gutierrez disappeared. Were you told that on that same day, earlier in the day, duct tape and rope had been present at the residence?
Yes.
That was new.
What's that?
That the person believed was new.
Correct. Brand new in packaging.
Well, God help, but in packaging, was the packaging unopened? Because if you could see from this side going that way, maybe I'll take a picture for you. I've got PVC pipe holding up something my camera was on, and I've got duct tape galore back there. It might look pretty back here, but it looks terrible this way. And rope? Hello? Who doesn't have rope? Jesus, God help all of us.
And did you attempt to search for those items
I did.
at the residence?
I did.
Were those items anywhere
Rope and duct
located
tape
at
he
the
never
residence?
used.
No.
Okay, sorry. Has anybody scrubbed the internet? You know, like Facebook specifically. I don't use Facebook really anymore. It's too much of a hostile environment, or it was for a while. If you have duct tape and rope in your house, you want to see some of my hefty hammers I have? I've got some that could do some real damage. Zip ties galore. Okay, I got zip ties actually underneath my desk right now because I'm using zip ties. Back there. Don't look in my garage. Don't look at my chop saw. Oh my goodness. Lynn. Okay. Next to see. Oh, so for those of you who have been living in the underworld of the internet, well, not really the underworld, really, but you all know about the Wayback Machine sometimes, and it's probably too late for that because it's been 3 years, 7 months, and several days since this fine young man in the lower right-hand corner of your screen has been incarcerated for a crime he very clearly wasn't even involved in. But oftentimes you can find stuff in the Wayback Machine that's been deleted. I'm just wondering, over the years, have people like scrubbed Sadie and those associated? I mean, there's some really good diggers. Well,
Judge, based on me finishing that topic and the next topic being a fairly significant one, I would suggest this is the ideal time to break.
oh, what? Who's running the courtroom here?
No problem with that, Judge.
Any problem with that? Let's take a break, and let me ask that you return at 1:15. Is that convenient? Okay, please don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. And
Okay, should I stop here or should I keep going? It's 8:05 my time. I'm fine either way. I just really appreciate all of you being here. I'll just turn on the play button. Let me know.
Any questions? Thank you.
Do we have a family picture from 2009? Thank you again to Vielhammer Media. You may find his link in the description box below. He's the one who has remastered the video and the audio. I think I know about which picture you were talking about. It's the one at the Christmas tree farm from late 2019. Family picture. Okay, here's another question. Is there... Well, we've got the free ZachariahAnderson.org website, and that website is chock full of information, but I'm assuming anything controversial probably wouldn't be on there just simply because, you know, like you can find controversial stuff on, like, let's just use Reddit as an example. I think that's where I found some Letitia Stokes stuff. I'm just curious, like, is there a place, like a group, you know, I would entertain going back on Facebook, maybe. Actually, Telegram is fantastic. Make suggestions for a break so it's not unusual. Oh, okay. All right, I'm going to keep going a little bit longer. It's only 8 o'clock my time. Thank you for joining me. Family doesn't
Ask
sugarcoat the
about
website.
in this next section, which is the defendant being interviewed by officers. I'd like the defense to have an opportunity to weigh in, and to the extent the court is comfortable, to give me guidance on how to approach this, if at all.
Don't mind me if I go, like,
Can I do
put
that
my hair
briefly?
up in a ponytail and grab my bunny slippers.
So I intend to ask about the contents of the hour and 29 minute video. Interview that occurred between the defendant and the two detectives. I would like to be able to ask the detective whether there were additional questions that the detective did not have the opportunity to ask during that interview.
And
Let me
sorry.
finish. I'm almost done.
Sorry.
You're never done,
also,
sir.
were there any other
Just keep going
opportunities
on
to
and
interview
on.
the defendant? So I don't intend to go any further than that. But again, we're talking about this avenue of what was the investigation. Certainly an hour and 29-minute video or interview does not, as the court is well aware from its long experience, is not an amount of time to cover all topics that would be necessary. I don't intend to go any further with it, but I believe that is the line, and I'm asking the court if I have permission to go that far and no further.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Asking why there were other questions that should have been asked that weren't, and then that they weren't able to have the opportunity to question him again is encroaching on the fact that my client asked for a lawyer, and that was why the interrogation concluded. So asking those questions, implying that there's more and that my client chose not to speak, is directly going towards his right to remain silent at that point. So I would argue that the state cannot ask those questions of, oh, would you have asked more questions if you would be able to? Because the inference there is that they weren't able to because he invoked his rights, and that they didn't get to talk to him again because he invoked his right to silence.
And again, I only bring this up because of the issue of the adequacy of the investigation, right? So there are natural limitations. I'm aware I cannot go any further, so counsel indicated,
Are you? I'm
what I
not
can't
sure if
argue,
you
and
know
I
where your
absolutely agree.
limits
I can't
are.
say here's why or in any way imply that in argument or in question. But I do think it's a proper question, right at the line. It's a proper question to ask as I described to the court.
Well, the problem is you're lobbing the ball over into their court and saying, did you have an opportunity
As
to
you
ask more questions?
as you often are when you go to the line.
Pause. Okay, so for those of you who are watching on Kick and Rumble, oh, that's right, I'm using this. Just one moment. Oops. Hello again. For those of you who are watching on Kick or Rumble, here. This is a page I should have read first, maybe. So, Kick and Rumble and YouTube. Underneath in the description box, like after the title is like bullet points 1, 2, 3, and 4. This is from bullet point number 2, which is freezachariahanderson.org. Here is a whole bunch of questions. Was there blood in Zach's van? Was DNA found in Zach's van? Is Buddha still here? I'd suggest that you go on this website, and I'm not meaning that in a snarky way. Like, we need to have people, I mean, that's actually probably the best thing is for people who just, oh, he's guilty. Throw away the key there. Watch this trial. I mean, if you still, at the end of the whole entire 17 days of testimony, still go with the he's guilty narrative, frankly, I'd like you to tell me, why you still feel that way. But if you're taking the position that he's guilty because he was convicted by a jury, I'd suggest you stick around and watch this. We're only on the first witness. Like, I don't even know if we're halfway through the first witness. So anyway, I just wanted to show you at the van. Did Zach buy sardines to cover the smell of his van? Are you kidding me? Why was the carpet removed from the back of the van? Why was the carpet in his van removed? Etc. This is so wrong on so many levels. I forget I can do it this way. All right, so I just wanted to show you that. Thank you for sticking around. Don't judge if I go grab my bunny slippers, maybe a super slimy green face mask, and a hair tie, and okay.
Right? I mean,
Right,
that's the
but
nature
we don't
of
want
it.
to do anything brazen.
Right.
You're lobbing the ball onto their side and making them respond. And they're kind of handcuffed if the answer is he lawyered up. And of course, then you're in the forbidden woods.
Wait, I just told Chrissy when she was on, after watching some of these trials lately, in my opinion, even if I was innocent, I would say, sure, Officer Smarty Pants, I'll meet you down there with my attorney. Just to be on the safe side, because you never know what they're going to use against you.
Right.
Um,
So really the analysis, though,
Yes,
is
it's the
am I
Fifth
asking?
Amendment. You have the right to remain silent. Like, it's number 5. It's not even that far down the list. And then suddenly now these days, you take the 5th, and that just means you're immediately guilty? Are you kidding me? Remember, at the beginning of these videos, there's Lady Liberty with that little feather blowing in the wind. Like, that's like the last like little glimmer of the way our judicial system is supposed to work. We are literally so close to that feather just blowing away. And everything that was intended to protect us has been stripped away. That's why I left that feather floating with no disruption.
In question that comments on his silence or comments on his invocation, right? So the court is right. It has some consequences, but the question is the question one?
Timestamp for this is around 2 hours, 28 minutes. And it's in this day 3. Here's the link. This is Bielhammer's audio remastered. And it's called Wisconsin v. Zachariah Anderson, day 3. Lorne. I don't know.
Where I am calling on the officer to indicate
Actually,
in
I'll
some
put it in
fashion
the
that he has
description.
invoked his right to silence or to an attorney, I would suggest to you, as suggested, the question does not do that. Of course, I can't argue. I apologize.
So, yeah, a very, very.
People, look, this clip is going to be in episode 5. I can't wait for episode 4. Episode 3 just was released just a few days ago, like a couple, 2, 3.
Very tight interpretation. You could make that claim, but the problem, as I say, is you're forcing the defense into a position where it has to come up with an answer, and if the answer is that he had talked to a lawyer and whether he talked to a lawyer or not, he simply decided not to discuss anything further with the police, they can't respond, and so it's sitting out there, and if during the remainder of the testimony a juror is after hearing the remainder of the testimony, a juror is thinking, all these years since this, and the defendants never told the police anything more, then you're definitely, what is the name of the case? I think it's Champlain Chambers, one of those.
Oh.
Not one of those, well, whatever it is, the rule is very clear that there's no comment permitted by the prosecution on the failure of the defendant to address the case.
That's a bright line rule, and I'm aware of that.
Okay.
Now, what has happened is the defense has lobbed into the states. Let's be sure we talk about this fully in the venting of what you described. There's been an opening statement. It is certainly said detectives made a number of poor choices here, right? I mean, that is the clear thing, right? So a reasonable juror hearing the 25, perhaps 30 questions that officers did ask would very reasonably, based on the argument made and the ball being lobbed into our court, say, well, why the heck didn't the officers ever address with the defendant why this van is cut out, a third cut out, or any other thing that the state suggests is of significance here? Why wasn't that ever brought up to the defendant? That sounds like it's the same pattern of they didn't test fingerprints at X, Y, and Z. They didn't search this part of the woods. And and we're left with no way to respond.
He can't help
because,
himself.
in fact, those questions would have been asked, or certainly could have been
But
asked.
actually bring up
had there
points
been a
we didn't
different
think
posture. Now,
about
again,
that make you
I am
go,
absolutely conscious. I am not allowed to bring up an invocation
reminds me
of
of
either
Jodi
silence
Arias
or
in
the
a
right
weird
to an
way.
attorney. But I think that the simple declaration by the detectives that they would have asked, that they would have liked to ask additional questions, and that they never had an opportunity, settles the matter. It creates a situation where the prosecution is not going to be penalized based on the argument made by the defense for any question that the juror wishes a detective would have asked the defendant. I mean, otherwise I'm left without an explanation, right? Because the explanation is a legal and constitutional one. So I'm tied. If the court says I can't even reach that line, I have no way to respond to a juror concerned that in the context of what's been said, what the heck? Why wouldn't a detective ask that question? He asked 25 others.
First,
Honestly, a transcript of his ramblings would be really interesting because he does. It's almost like he points out things that he knows exonerate Zachariah and argues them. If that makes
first
sense.
about the ball being put back in their court. The ball's in their court. They have the burden. It's never that we've shifted that burden here. And second, as far as the answer to a question of why weren't you able to answer these questions that you would have, the only answer that a detective or any witness can give is that we weren't able to continue questioning because he invoked his Miranda rights. So there's no leeway here. It's not the defense's fault if the state doesn't have any other evidence to support its claims. It's their job. The case that deals with this issue is Griffin versus California. It's 380 U.S. 609. And in that case, and I'm just going to read, says that a comment to the jury by a prosecutor in a state criminal trial upon a defendant's failure to testify as to the matters which he can reasonably be expected to deny or explain because of facts within his knowledge or by the court that the defendant's silence under those circumstances evidences guilt violates the self-incrimination clause of the Fifth Amendment of the federal Constitution as made applicable to the states by the 14th. There is, and also this concept that I'm going to ask an officer, well, why didn't you ask my client that? Well, obviously, I'm not going to violate my own client's constitutional rights. I would not ask a question of that sort. The questions that the state have outlined are clearly across the line of what's permissible under a constitutional lens and pursuant to Griffin versus California and my client's Fifth Amendment rights.
The case does not stand for the proposition that I can't reach this place that I am. I've been very careful in the litigation here. I've approached the court first. I'm doing the exact opposite of commenting on the defendant's silence. I'm asking the court for guidance on how I can structure a question to a detective that allows there to be no comment.
How many years has this clown been practicing law? Shouldn't he know now without needing the court's direction?
On silence, but also allows a fair presentation of this evidence to a jury in the way I've described. Again, the only other option we're left with is a jury wishing there were answers to other questions, knowing a series of questions have been asked, and left with the implication that officers are not competent enough or not, or are too lazy to ask these additional questions. Now, again, I don't mean to comment on either of the two things. I simply ask the very structured questions. I believe I'm doing it in the appropriate way. It's the exact opposite of the case cited where a prosecutor actually comments on this. I am trying to be careful in my litigation here and ask the court for guidance to be able to ask those two questions. Did you ever get a chance after the interview on so forth? Did you ever question the defendant again? And then the second one is, were there other questions that you would have desired to ask based on your investigation? Period.
Yeah, and of course you did the right thing by bringing it up first.
Sure.
But
Maybe
you know,
to the romantic corner and some
to
candles.
the extent that you ask me for guidance as to what you can do, that I can't do. I can't give you advice as to how to
I've told you
present your case, and I've made it pretty clear what you can't do.
I've told you the two specific questions I intend to ask, so I think the court can probably help me with that.
Well, definitely the second one is totally out. What was the first one?
The second one is, did you have any other opportunities to speak to the defendant?
No, that's...
Okay. So the first one was, are there other questions that you desired to ask of the defendant that you did not ask?
Yeah. You know, the fact that you're complaining that you're left without a way to somehow effectively cover this, that sometimes that happens. And sometimes it happens because of the Constitution. But it's what it is. You know, and I don't know if you know, can you cover something like that in your argument to the jury and say,
I imagine that is more problematic.
I didn't tell you what I was going to do to raise your hair. For those events. And I think I'm actually going to stop and not do it, but there's at least one way I can think of that I would at least be tempted
See how he
to do.
just sits and wiggles? Like, can't he just sit
and
still for 2 seconds?
I'll leave it at that. I don't think you're without a way to buttress the police investigation. But the way that you're explaining to me is not one that I think is one that I would sanction or even permit.
Okay.
Oh, man.
So, no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Water
Do
bottle
we have any prior
tantrums?
record that we have to work out?
He's got the traits of like the most annoying person in the world.
Were there late jurors or? No. Everybody was here on time, but it just took a long time.
This is a clown show.
Would you come down, please?
This is a clown show disguised as a trial,
John
a
Anthony
murder
Ward is-
trial of an innocent man who's been in prison for
You have a divorce trial when?
1,313 days. 3 years, 7 months, and change.
Well, another
Look at
change.
this poor, innocent young man. He was born in 1980. He was 8 years old when I graduated from high school. And now look at, he's been in prison 1,313 days. What have you been doing for 3 years and 7 months and change?
Enjoy the day.
Imagine erasing all of that and replacing
No, I
it
haven't checked the
with a
Williford
teeny
yet.
tiny room that's loud
Still
and
talking all
smelly
kinds
and
of
not comfy.
ominous weather this afternoon, or is that?
Can you imagine the horror he's had
it's
to
tomorrow.
endure
Okay.
living in a teeny
For
tiny
promotion,
little
they were
box?
wavering somewhere between 1 and 5.
I thought there was a chance it was all going to be rain here.
They started approaching, and then they said it's worse south of us, but with the slightest change in wind.
You know, that's God probably saying,
Meteorologists are my favorite.
Well,
This is
you're
wrong.
being too harsh. They've correctly predicted 45 of the last 3 snowstorms. Huh.
Judge,
my daughter and I talk
currently,
about that.
Weather Channel is saying snowfall around
I'll
1
have to
inch,
share with you.
for whatever that's worth.
Hey, this is Wisconsin. Huh, I won't even notice. All right, Mr. Gravely.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Who is this
Detective, when last we were here, I was
Who's this Barry?
about to again begin to ask you about the interview that occurred on May 19th, 2020, regarding the Zachariah Anderson. And again, you've identified Zachariah Anderson as the individual here in this courtroom. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you spoke to him for about an hour and 29 minutes in total.
Yes.
And that was a question and
Buddha, thank you so much for your comment. Poor innocent young man who stalked his ex. The video from his phone proved it. He had a file on Rosalio. GPS put him at the vicinity of victim's house on the 13th. Buddha, do you know Do you know when the victim, if you know that he was around his house on the 13th, does that, where you pulled that information, does it also show you that he was at his house around the 17th, early morning hours of the 17th? Because you would think if the GPS put him in the vicinity of the victim's home on the 13th, it also would have been on the 17th. And also, I'm just, again, this is not snarky, but did you watch this whole trial, or did you take like the last hour since your last comment to like just go find that? Again, this sincere question. And also three people that are, well, three people that actually have the wrongful podcast are in the chat, so they know this case up and down.
An answer format?
Yes.
And did it include the defendant also asking some questions during some of that period?
Oh.
Yes, he had some.
And did you provide him any nourishment, any food or water?
We gave him water, which he requested.
Sorry, pause one moment. Alicia also mentioned, and Alicia, I think that was in episode 1 or 2 of the podcast. There was a clip from David of MLS, Making Law Simple. He's a lawyer out of Michigan. So one more state over. And he said in his podcast that the wrongful podcast snipped a piece of it. He said he encourages his clients in the middle of a custody dispute to do their own research, because if they don't, they're so closely tied to it. If they don't, then David or a member of his team or somebody else has to collect the information, and the details. And for those of you who have been through a divorce, it is so expensive. In fact, I think my ex-husband, I'm pretty sure he told me we've been divorced a while, like 13 years now. And we're very good friends. In fact, I think we're probably better friends now than we ever have been. But he told me he had borrowed money from his dad, and he still owes his dad money. They're expensive. So if you can do some compiling of information on your own, it's going to save you some change. All right, continue.
A couple of times.
And ultimately, that interview then concluded, if I got this correct, at 12:18 a.m. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. So in the time period of that interview, did you provide any threats or promises to the defendant to get him to provide any information?
No.
Did he provide that information? Did he answer some of the questions you asked at least?
Yes.
All right. And did you at some point have occasion to talk about a phone that purportedly appeared to have ended up in a car driven by his ex-girlfriend, Sadie Beecham?
Yes, I did.
And was this something that you asked him about?
Yes.
And what do you recall him telling you about whether he had intentionally placed that phone or some other explanation?
So Zach had said, Mr. Anderson said that Ms. Beecham had dropped the kids off at his residence, and during the course of taking his son out of the back seat, he believed that this cell phone may have fallen out of his pocket, or his son may have grabbed the phone and put it in the car.
What, if anything, did he say about whether he, on purpose, hid that phone under the car seat?
No, he said he didn't realize this until after Sadie had left and he realized the phone was gone.
What, if anything, did the defendant say about how he...
Okay, pardon the repetitive story I'm about to tell you, but I have triplet daughters who are 17. He had twin, I don't know if they were sons or one of each, I know the oldest child is a girl. So I had an older son. He was 3.5 when the girls were born. So when you're tossing kids in and out of a freaking SUV or minivan, especially multiples of a young age, do you have any idea the chaos? It doesn't matter how mundane, if you're going to a park or the grocery store or church or wherever. It is chaos. So the fact that the man's phone fell out of his pocket or hand or, lapel of his flannel shirt, that and on behind the seat, you lift up a seat. Okay, let's just say, for example, it's a car seat and it's not like one of those like infant ones that you click in the base. If it's like, at a certain age, they can't sit in those like carry ones anymore. So you get them, you either, well, you have to buy a different seat. Sometimes you have to buy 2. Sometimes you could buy like the next step and then you're good for a while because it converts or what have you. But let's say, for example, it's like, when they're a little bit older and they still need when they're like at the very last stage before they don't need a seat at all, then it's just like the bottom part. But like, the back side comes off of those kind. Doesn't matter. My point is, if you drop something and it falls behind a seat that's on a seat or next to a seat that's on a seat, when you take said seat out, wouldn't it fall to like the seat part of the seat? You know what I mean? So let's say behind me, I drop this pen. Okay, well, the pen is behind me right now, but when I stand up, the pen is going to fall to where my bottom is currently sitting. That's where they found the stupid phone.
He managed
sure.
to figure out where that phone was then located after it was in Sadie Beecham's car in that location.
Mr. Anderson said he contacted the phone provider, Cricket, and Cricket told him that the phone pinged in North Kenosha.
What, if anything, did the defendant tell you about having loaded an app on his electronics that would, in fact, trace the exact location of that phone prior to losing the phone? What, if anything, did he tell you about that?
He said nothing about it.
What, if anything, did he offer to you regarding indicating that on the date that Sadie discovered that phone, that he actually had accessed that app to be able to discover where the phone was using the app in his own electronics? Did he mention any of that to you?
He said nothing to that.
Did you ask what, if anything, did you ask the defendant about having been to Sadie's home during the early morning hours over the last few weeks? Did you ask him that question?
Yes, I asked him if he had been to Ms. Beecham's house at any point during the early morning hours.
Let me just stop you for a second. And did they live together at that time?
No.
And per your investigation, was he welcome at that house in the early morning hours?
No.
Okay. So when you asked him that question, it was a specific question about in that context. Is that true?
True.
And what did he first offer up to you as his explanation for a visit to her home in the early morning hours? What was his first explanation?
He said there was a time when he had picked up a couch late one night and he was dropping the couch off there late.
Go ahead. And did you then repeat the question, ask him again, and ask if he had had his kids along on any occasion? Did you ask him that?
Yes, I asked him if there was another time when he had his children that he went there.
And then did he offer that he had?
Yes.
Could he remember the date? As best you remember?
No.
And which children did he claim he had taken along with him?
All 3 of his children.
Okay, so he has a couple of twins who are younger, and then a daughter who's 10, 11, 12, something like that?
Correct. He said he had taken his daughter as well
we're
as the
just
2
gonna
twin
ballpark
boys.
numbers now?
Yes.
Did he indicate why he felt a need to take his children? He had the children with him, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So why did he indicate he felt he had a need to take his children when Sadie Beecham would have not been caring for the children?
So he, first he said there was a car in the driveway, and then he stated he had a premonition that there was someone at her house.
And at that point, were these two in a marriage, as far as you know?
No.
Were they in a situation where any of the children would be at Sadie's home?
No.
Okay, so he and the children drive to her home per his report. Is that right?
Correct.
And at what does he indicate happens when he is at that residence?
So he said when he pulls in the driveway, there's a vehicle there with Colorado license plates.
And let me stop you. Does Rosalio Gutierrez have Colorado license plates on his vehicle that you saw at his residence when you discovered he was gone?
Yes, he's a white Ford Explorer with Colorado license plates.
Okay, so what else did he say?
He said he got out of the vehicle and looked through a window.
Look through a window through a window at the vehicle?
Looked through a window at the house.
Okay, and whose home is he speaking of?
Sadie Beecham.
Did he say he saw some things inside?
Yes, he said he saw them on the couch.
Okay. And did he indicate whether any of the children were also involved?
Okay, so this is the videotape that Buddha mentioned 10 minutes or so ago, correct? Which, okay.
In looking in windows?
Yes, he said.
Can you see if Buddha is still in the chat? Because this might be something you might want to listen to. Well, I guess maybe not necessarily, because we have to wait for this witness to get cross-examined about said video.
His daughter came out of the car and looked through the window.
And did he indicate that he had
Or am I talking about
that was something
totally
he
different?
was a part of in some fashion?
He had told me his daughter did this because she wanted to.
And did you at some point ask the defendant whether he recorded any using any devices of his at Sadie's residence when he and his daughter were there looking in windows?
Yes, he denied recording anything, although he did admit to having a cell phone in his possession at the time, but that he used the light on because it was dark.
And was it his regular cell phone?
I'm going to object as far as foundation.
Did he? I'll ask again. I'll clarify. Yeah. Did the defendant explain to you that he had more than one phone that he was using on a fairly regular basis?
Yes.
Okay. And did he describe one as his primary phone and another as his secondary phone?
I guess, Judge, I've been lenient, but all these questions have been extremely leading. So I'm going to object to leading and ask, and then it not be leading.
And I apologize. I was just doing it in this situation. I was just doing it because it was a foundational question. So, but.
Okay, so for those of you that watch Dan Bongino, and this is not a political statement, this is just a observation that he has. There are a few type of people in this world. There's one species of person that he labels a stupid smart person. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, is a prime example of a stupid smart person. Do you see how he feigns ignorance in this particular instance?
It's just been like 5 minutes.
Dan Bongino says the stupid smart people are the most dangerous people around.
The foundational questions then.
They are tending towards being suggestive, so if you can rephrase.
What do you recall about whatever he told you about these phones?
He had two phones, one he used primarily for calling.
And what, if anything, did he say about doing any recording using any devices on this particular date?
He did nothing. No recordings.
At some point, did you begin to ask questions regarding a new boyfriend of Sadie's?
I did.
And what, if anything, was the defendant's discussion with you when you first brought up this individual in terms of things like whether he was named, a general discussion of what he appeared to know about this new boyfriend?
He said he found out about the new boyfriend
happened
through
yesterday on the
his
4-hour
daughter, as well as
I wonder if it's this device.
a grandmother.
Hopefully I don't glitch out on you.
Grandmother had shown daughter a Facebook profile of this subject, and that's how he found out who he was. I asked him what his name was, and Mr. Anderson said I believed it was Junior, and that his last name started with a G, and that he was a Mexican.
And what, if anything, did the defendant ever tell you about the fact that in his own phone he had, well, let me stop. Okay, so did the defendant ever reveal to you that he actually did know the full name of the individual that Sadie was dating? Did he ever tell you, yeah, I know the guy's name?
No.
Now, at some point, did you begin to focus on the vehicle that the defendant may have driven at various times that you were interested in?
Yes.
And what vehicle specifically were you interested in regards to your interview with him?
I asked him about the Chrysler minivan that was parked in his driveway.
And what do you recall about the defendant's response when you first suggested anything to the effect that he was a driver of the van?
He described the minivan as either being black or blue or something, and that was his words. He also indicated that he doesn't drive it much. And that it's basically there for the taking.
Did he describe to you that he drove a different vehicle, if you know?
Yeah, the Audi. He mentioned the Audi.
Okay. And what, if anything, did he say about whether he had ever been in Kenosha at a time that Sadie had been there?
He said he couldn't remember the last time he was in Kenosha.
Period?
Period.
Okay.
He did mention that he plays board games with his brother, and they may have been in Kenosha. But he didn't recall ever being in the city of Kenosha.
And in connection with being there because Sadie was there, what, if anything, did he tell you about that?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
Yeah, did he indicate that he ever followed Sadie down here to Kenosha?
No.
At some point, did you direct your questioning to whether anything had ever been taken from Rosalio Gutierrez's vehicle, that truck?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did the defendant tell you about whether he had taken any items from the vehicle of Rosalio Gutierrez?
He told me to spare the accusations. He's already been accused of this, and that it didn't happen.
And what, if anything, did the defendant offer to you that in one of his phones there is a screenshot of, in fact, a registration document regarding that truck?
Nothing.
What, if anything, did the defendant say to you regarding whether he had any jealousy towards the fact that Sadie had a new relationship?
He had admitted to me that he did have some jealousy, however, spun that and said that Sadie was the one that was jealous of him.
And did you, what if anything, did you ask whether these two individuals, meaning the defendant and Rosalio, whether he had ever seen Rosalio?
I did. I asked him how many times he had seen the subject he was referring to, and he had told me it was just the one time when he peered into that window.
So what, if anything, did the defendant offer you about about his phone being in Kenosha on May 13th, which would be a different time than the time that you are speaking of? What, if anything, did he offer about that?
Nothing.
What, if anything, did he offer you regarding the idea that he was texting Sadie, directly quoting things that Rosalio was telling Sadie in Rosalio's residence on May 13th in Kenosha?
He said nothing.
So as to May 13th in Kenosha, what, if anything, did the defendant say at all about that in the context of perhaps being a second time he had seen Mr. Gutierrez?
It was never mentioned.
At some point, did you bring up an individual named Steve Lentz, or did the defendant bring up a person named Stephen Lentz to you?
Yes.
And just so we understand, who is Stephen Lentz in this investigation, if you can tell us?
Stephen Lentz was identified as a friend of Mr. Anderson, a neighbor. At one point, Mr. Lentz actually lived in his backyard in a tent at one point. Mr. Lentz's mother lives right down the street from Ms. Beecham, about 400 feet down the road on the opposite side of the street.
From where Mr. Lentz, and was Mr. Lentz residing there in April and May of 2020?
Yes, he was.
And from Mr. Lentz's then residence, could you see any portion of the house or a place where Sadie Beecham was living?
Yes, you could see the driveway of Miss Beecham's residence.
And were you able at some point to obtain a phone number from Stephen Lentz?
I did.
And just for purposes of us clarifying, was that phone number based on the records that you reviewed, et cetera, 414-378-4935?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. So let's go back to the interview with the defendant. At some point, Stephen Lentz came up. What do you recall about how he came up?
We went back to the idea that he had a premonition someone was at the house.
Who is Stephen Lentz that had a premonition? I got a little distracted by the red light. It now turned blue again, so he makes Elaine look like a saint? No. So Stray said, what if anything isn't a cure at all, Elaine? And I'm like, oh my God. I remember Elaine. She was horrible. Let me guess, Gravely is as bad or worse? Guess what her answer is without looking at the chat and cheating? Here, I'll show you now. He makes Elaine look like a saint. So for those of you who are new to watching the Zachariah Anderson trial, we are on day 3, witness number 1. The first 2 days were basically the attorneys arguing, opening statements followed by arguments during the defense opening statement. So her opening statement got cut in half and sprinkled over a couple days later. Elaine was an endearing stoop. This guy knows exactly how. Oh my God. Oh my God. Steve Lentz. Okay. Now I know why you guys are watching this again. Because it's only witness 1. And there's just so much happening that's happened so far. Steve Lentz is a friend of Zach. You know, I graduated with a guy named Steve Lentz. I wonder if it's the same guy. Well, I don't know. Lived in a camper at Zach's house for a bit, then he moved back with his mother who lived a few houses down from Sadie. Oh my God, just watch now. Is he going to testify? Okay, so full disclosure, one of my friends in high school, a gay man, Lyle Hoffman, well, back in the late 80s, like being gay was like, not something like readily, sprinkled about as much as it is now. And anyway, we were really good friends. He was in like my typing class in 9th grade. And I don't know, we got along really good. I've got pictures of Lyle sitting next to me in typing class with Mrs. Schlichting. He was 10th grade, like typewriter. Anyway, well, I don't know, about 10 years ago or so, they were, and then actually we stayed in touch for a while after high school, when he was free to be out and, he'd come hang out with me and my friend Lynn. We'd go to like an 18 plus bar, where it's non-alcohol, but you can dance to, awesome tunes till all the wee hours of the morning and feel like you're kind of clubbing. Anyway, Lyle Hoffman. Well, about, I think it was like 10 years ago here in Minneapolis, there was a shooting of a club owner, a gay club owner. I forget the name of it now. They're like, Ty Hoffman is on the run. Oh, so this club owner of a gay bar in Minneapolis somewhere was shot at a gas station and subsequently died from his injuries. And the person who shot him then went to rob a bank. And then I think he was arrested. Then they finally, like a couple days after that. So there's like that, like he was on the run for a couple days. They showed his picture on the news. Ty Hoffman is wanted for the death of, club owner such and such. They showed his face, and then it's then like in parentheses. So it says Ty, and then in parentheses it says like Lyle. It was him this whole time. So there, now you know. I went to high school and was really good friends with a murderer. I mean, I haven't talked to him for a really long ass time. Couldn't believe it. So that's why I'm wondering. Now just watch. Steve Lentz is going to go up on the stand. I'm going to go, oh my God, I went to high school with him.
Ultimately, Mr. Anderson told me that there was a guy named Stephen Lentz that would call him and tell him when vehicles are in the driveway. But he also stated that he had never told Mr. Lentz to provide this information.
And what, if anything, did the defendant ever tell you about communicating with Stephen Lentz, asking him on occasion if there were cars in Sadie's driveway?
Nothing.
Now, when you spoke to the defendant, what were you telling him that you were questioning him regarding?
I told him we were investigating a stalking incident.
Did you
Wait a minute, Lynn, since I just, recently met you, she said, attorneys all over America were screaming at the conviction. We all found each other in horror. Luckily, some have not given up. So you're an attorney? Oh my God. I even love you more now. Make a note, everyone. You people are amazing.
tell him who the people were who you were suggesting he might have been stalking?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh no, no, no. No, no. Live stream offline. No, no. See, I got that red circle.
He had been
Oh my God, are we still here?
arrested. Did you were you having this discussion with him? So if I understand correctly, there was a contact with law enforcement and he got arrested in Mequon?
Hopefully that little pause there was just because the red light came on and we had buffered that far. I don't know. Legal compliant. Well, still, you probably know more than, well, I know you definitely know more than I do. Oh, I'm so glad you're here, Lynn. Okay, hopefully we don't have any more interruptions. The red light went away.
Correct.
And then about how long after that arrest in Mequon do you estimate it was before you're having a conversation with him about stalking Sadie and this other individual?
I don't know the exact amount of time, but probably 3 or 4 hours later.
Okay. And at some point, did you focus on attempting to figure out where the defendant had been on the day of May 17th, 2020?
May 7th.
Yes.
Okay. And if you can briefly say, why was that your focus as opposed to the 16th of May or the 23rd? You know, what was the reason why you were focused on the 17th of May in your questioning of the defendant at that moment?
From what we knew at the time, that was the last communication with Rosalio was on the 17th, and we believed that that was the day that the incident occurred from what we knew at that point.
And did you believe that also to be
Wait a minute. Didn't somebody say that? Never mind.
in the evening hours?
Yes.
Okay. So you had a general amount of time that you were focused on because that's where your investigation was at that moment.
Correct.
So do you remember focusing on that with the defendant where you asked him, you know, so please tell me about what was happening on the 17th of May?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you're on the 19th of May now?
2 days later, yes.
So you're asking him on a Tuesday what happened on that Sunday during the day. Is that correct?
Yes, day and night.
Okay.
Yep.
And so what do you recall about what he offered to you first in terms of his activities on Sunday?
So he said he was with the children during the day, and Sadie came to pick them up.
Did he tell you in general when that occurred? In general?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Did this guy just stop cutting the guy off and let him finish his sentence?
Wanted him to keep going with the rest of the remainder of the evening. And he said he thinks he went to a girlfriend's house named Christine.
Okay. Did he eventually offer the last name of that girlfriend as well?
Yeah, Christine Remsburg.
Okay. So did he indicate that when he went there that he believed he had spent the night? Was that his initial discussion with you?
He never, he was very wishy-washy on what he did that night. He said he may have been there, he may have stayed the night.
Is that his opinion that he was wishy-washy? Is there a clear
wasn't really
definition
sure.
of wishy-washy behavior?
Yeah.
Objection calls for speculation.
And did that wishy-washiness come when you
Oh,
pressed
and then
him
he
and
goes
said,
ahead
you know,
and function.
dude, you don't remember what happened 2 days ago? Is that when that happened?
Yeah, I was unable to get anything like concrete as far as what he did that night, and he was just throwing out things. First he said he stayed with her, then he said he may have called her, he doesn't remember. He just never gave me an answer.
I'd like to see the transcript of this. Do we get to see that?
What, if anything, did the defendant say about ever having an in-person interaction with this person, Rosalio Gutierrez? Did he offer any, what, if anything, did he offer in regards to that?
Nothing. He said he only saw him that one time, which was through the window.
Well, what, if anything, do you recall about the defendant offering up something about Sadie and her having a nice jacket and what that meant? Do you remember what that was about, if anything?
Said Sadie dropped the kids off at one night, and
Wouldn't that be hearsay?
she was bubbly, called him Zachariah, and said that she had a nice jacket in the back of the car, and suspected that
Or he said
she was
that. He
going
said that to
down to
her.
Kenosha to visit
Oh.
Junior because she had that nice jacket in her possession.
Wait, are we going to get to the part where Sadie called Zachariah like Care Bear or something? Text message, Night Z Bear. Huh. When was that text message sent? And then she's afraid of him like several days later. Oh my God, I'm pretty sure Zachariah had something to do with this. Horrible scene I've just happened to stumble across. Oh, you have to pay for court. Okay, well, there goes that idea. You know, when he gets quiet before he asks a question, concerns me. Well, actually, I don't know. It will be when she's on the stand. She meaning Sadie. Oh my God. Okay, so witness 7 is that Michael. 7th day is that Michael guy, if I'm not mistaken. What day does Sadie grace us with her presence? I'm gonna hate her worse than Amber Turd, aren't I? I suppose I could fast forward, but I actually like watching their body language. I can't find where my water is. It was here. She's the worst. I'm gonna hate her.
Further questions
I'm gonna
of this
hate.
witness, Amy?
Yes, Stray, I'm gonna hate her worse than I hate
Yes,
Amber
thank you,
Turd.
Judge.
I don't even know if that's possible.
Detective, I'm just going to start off
Oh my
with
God, finally
some
cross-examination.
follow-up
I'm gonna be
on
quiet.
this interview that you had with Mr. Anderson, since that was just the last thing you talked about.
Sure.
You had testified just now that you had asked him about taking the registration from his truck, correct?
Yes.
And his exact response was, I don't have his registration card for his truck.
No, he said, spare me the accusations. That was the first thing he said. And then I didn't take it.
If I was to show you a transcript of that interview, would that help refresh your recollection?
Sure.
If I may approach the witness, Judge,
So do you have a copy for me?
I can show it to you.
Copy of it. Use the transcript and use it as a source.
I'm
I might as well just say this. I was going to reply back to It's Me, Josie. You have no idea how badly I want to skip ahead, but I'm not going to. Because I'm not one of those people that fast forward to the end of a book. I have to go through the journey as if this was in real time. Although we do skip a little bit with the days. So not exactly real time, but pretty darn close. Oh my God. My contacts are so dirty. I can't tell. Is Soloman in that row behind him? Who's the man in the black jacket back here? Is that him? I don't recall convening. Oh, man. So she's got memory issues. Kind of like Jodi Arias was on the part that I caught today on the stand.
There were multiple points where you had asked him about the registration card for the truck, correct?
That's possible.
And he was adamant that he didn't have a registration card for the truck, correct?
He said he didn't take it.
And in your investigation, was there a state-issued registration card that was ever located in any photo at all for Mr. Gutierrez's truck?
I don't recall.
You had talked about earlier a...
Wait, this guy's feigning memory loss now too?
You had reviewed
How many times is
photos
he
from
gonna
Mr.
do
Anderson's
this?
cell phone, correct?
Some. There was 4 cell phones.
So do you ever remember seeing a state of Wisconsin registration card issued to Mr. Gutierrez that was in any of those photos?
I don't recall there ever being a state of Wisconsin registration card involved in this.
Okay. So Mr. Anderson, when he told you that he did not have the registration card for Mr. Gutierrez's truck, you did not have any evidence to support that Mr.
Oh, I
Anderson
see him
did in
now.
fact ever
Okay, I got
possess
it. Who's the
the
woman in
registration
that maroon
card
color?
for Mr. Gutierrez's truck.
So I'm going to object as to irrelevant whether there's a Wisconsin registration. This is a
That was your whole
Colorado
point,
vehicle.
sir.
So the absence of a Wisconsin registration is irrelevant.
Great.
Colorado plates, is it a
Aren't they talking about these alleged photos that Zachariah took to stalk the victim? And then when she's asking specifically, did you see this? And he says, I don't recall. And then this jackass, is that where they're going with this? Oh my God.
Colorado registered?
I'm not
Oh.
I'm not aware it's registered in Wisconsin.
Look at him.
Or that
Well,
that's what
no,
we're
Look at
talking
his
about.
that's not
stupid
what your
smart
objection
behavior.
is.
I'm not asking.
Uh,
I'll
Really?
rephrase the question to
See,
a
stupid
Colorado
smart person.
registration, if that would, any state-issued registration card
What's your question?
that you
Oh, FFS.
never found any information that Mr. Anderson was in possession of a state-issued registration card for Mr. Gutierrez's truck.
Any state. I don't recall.
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh my God.
And let me ask you a question. You're a detective, obviously, right?
Yes.
You've been working, you said 20 years in the force?
Yes.
When you refer to a registration card, normally in your day-to-day business life as an officer, you're referring to a state-issued registration card, correct? As it relates to vehicles.
Are these the parents back here? Is this the mom and this the dad? And this is Soloman? Look at their faces.
I guess. I'm.
Look at.
Were you,
What
Look
am I
at what you've
referring
done,
to?
Brady.
I guess
you
an example is,
freaking
did you ever
homewrecker.
work patrol?
Yes.
When you pull someone over, right?
Yes.
You'd say, hey, can I have your registration?
Sack of-
Okay.
Or when you ask for the registration, are you asking for a state-issued registration card or something else?
Yes. State issued registration.
Okay, thank you.
Dad and stepmom.
You also were asked about what information Mr.
think I
Anderson
need to
had
send them
given you
something from my
about
yarn
Junior or
basket.
Mr. Gutierrez. And you said it was very limited,
Yeah, I
but
should
isn't it
send
true
them
that Mr. Anderson
this-
admitted that he had looked up Mr. Gutierrez's
towel,
information
the
on
scarf.
CCAP?
For the neck.
Yes, he did tell me that.
Now he doesn't know what to register.
And you were also
This
asked a
is
question
just-
about Mr. Anderson's statements about him being jealous and whether the state had asked you whether Mr. Anderson had expressed any concern about him about Miss Beecham dating Mr. Gutierrez. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Can you say that again, please?
Well,
Sure. Do
asking
you
her
remember
to
the
repeat.
state
He didn't have
asking you
hearing
about
problems
what
the first time around.
information Mr. Anderson relayed to you as it relates to his feelings about Miss Sadie Beecham dating Rosalio Gutierrez?
Yes, he stated he was.
Sir, you
there
are
was some
under oath.
jealousy.
He also stated, I'm seeing somebody else, she's got the right to see somebody else, correct?
He said that, yes.
You were also asked at length about what Mr. Anderson said he had done on May 17th, 2020. And isn't it true that Mr. Anderson in fact told you, I don't know, took a nap, probably. I think I went over to my girlfriend's house, I'm not really sure.
Yes, that's what he said.
And then later he did say, in response to other questions about what he'd been doing the last 2 days, he had informed you that he was tired and really didn't want to blur things together to give you wrong information, correct?
I don't recall him saying that. I know he did say he just didn't remember because his memory is bad.
Notice the shaking in
And
his
what
voice
time did
'cause
this
he knows
interview
he's
happen at?
11:30ish till just after midnight,
Reach himself.
11 o'clock to midnight.
So you agree that
It's in his
it's
voice.
likely that someone could be tired after all day and
He
then
knows
being
he's
interviewed
lying.
at around midnight?
Maybe I should interview
Sure.
him.
Could be tired. Oh, yeah, sure.
Look at him looking
You
down. He's
also,
ashamed.
in talking about Mr. Anderson's interview, talked about Stephen Lenz, remember that?
Yes,
And that's L-E-N-Z.
correct.
Same as the guy I went to high school with.
May I use the Elmo judge?
Yes.
Thank you.
Elmo?
And-
Elmo is here?
You said that, well, the state asked you that Mr. Lenz would be used as kind of a eyes for Mr. Anderson.
The state said that?
Well, what?
Question mark?
Yes. Do you remember being asked that questioning?
I remember the questioning about Mr. Lenz, yes.
And you said that there was communication between them that showed that Mr. Anderson was asking him to look in on Sadie's house, right?
Are you saying that I asked that?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, because that
Ma'am,
long
with the
string of
transcription
communication
thing,
in your
let's-
investigation
let's-
doesn't exist,
Let's rewind
correct?
the tape.
I didn't say that.
Okay. Did you see the communication between Mr. Anderson and Mr. Lenz?
No.
Okay. So you don't know what they actually talked about then?
I know there was text messages. I don't know exactly what those text messages said. I didn't deal with that part of things.
Okay. Do you remember who did?
I don't know.
I want to go back now to follow up on some things that you first started testifying about. Primarily, when you first got to the crime scene,
Selective amnesia.
you had noted that it's important to make sure that you're very careful with how you enter into a crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
And why is that?
Trying not to impeach himself.
We don't want to damage evidence. We want to preserve it as best we can.
Look at he's petrified to answer the wrong.
And in your
Answer.
experience, you'd agree
My
that when
opinion.
you are processing a crime scene or entering a crime scene, it's important to be extremely thorough.
Of course, yes.
Now,
I
you
didn't.
talked about how Officer Van Wee, some other officers came in, and that they were very experienced in evidence processing as evidence techs, correct?
Yes, they are experienced.
You said they were specialists with Kenosha Police Department, right?
They have the title of evidence technicians.
Now, do you have any specialists that deal with missing persons cases?
Nobody with the title.
So you had noted during your direct examination that you were an investigator in this case, correct?
Detective, yes.
And role of a detective in a case with a missing person is to try to figure out what happened to them
Yes.
and where they might be
Yes.
and who may have been involved in the disappearance.
Yes.
So besides Mr. Anderson, who did you investigate as being involved in the disappearance?
Personally, I didn't investigate into anybody else. We did look. We looked for other leads, other clues, other evidence. But personally, I didn't take the initiative to go look specifically at somebody else.
I want to pull up an exhibit.
I have written on my notes now in big letters. Timeline. I need to look at the timeline.
And Judge, I apologize. I'm not going to use the Elmo at this point. The state's kind enough to pull up one of the exhibits since it's already connected. And I'm pulling up what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 1,
that man
Photo
couldn't
150.
Be kind if he was paid. He doesn't have a kind
Is the
one in
TV
his
on? Though?
body,
Oh, okay.
in my opinion.
Counselor, you said 150.
150, yeah, thank you.
Looks like it's just kidding.
Thanks, Jessica.
Who are these people here? The girl in the glasses with the dark shirt and this gentleman with the beard.
Yeah. Thank you.
Do I know how TV works?
So you had previously testified about this photo, and you had talked about how there's a standby screen on the TV, correct?
Yes.
And it was determined that that was a standby screen for Hulu, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Did you subpoena Hulu to get the usage records?
I didn't. No.
Could that have been something that you could have subpoenaed for?
I don't know. I have never subpoenaed Hulu.
Okay.
Possibly.
All right. And then did you check the make and model of this type of TV?
No.
So you'd agree that there are certain TVs that have standby modes and sleep modes, correct?
I don't know.
If you left, do you have a TV at home, Officer Detective?
I do.
Your TV, if you turn it on, does it stay on or would it turn off after a certain point of time?
No, it shuts off if you have the energy saver turned on. This one here shuts off all the time.
Is it possible
Go
that
make a sandwich,
you
come back,
didn't
it's
check
off.
to see if this TV had a sleep timer or anything where it would have turned off after a certain amount of time?
I did not check personally, no.
Well, don't you think
And
you
you
would do
agree
that,
that that could have
was
been
enabled?
useful information in determining a firm timeline?
Potentially.
What about the diffuser, sir?
And then you had also talked about how there appeared to be some items that could have been knocked off, but you weren't sure. Remember that testimony?
Yes.
And you're not sure because prior to May 19th, 2020, you had never been into that residence, correct?
Correct.
So the items on the floor, it's possible they had already been on the floor because you didn't know how this apartment looked previously.
That's correct.
Thank you, State. I no longer need that exhibit up. Thank you. You also talked about when you looked in and you saw some pooling of blood that you noticed a void, right?
Yes.
And I think you said that that void was where a rug would have been at some point.
That's what it appeared like to me. It looked like a rug had been there at one point.
Did you determine the size of that rug?
I personally didn't.
Oh,
Do you have any information of whether any
Isn't that your
officers in
job,
the
a
investigation
detective?
did?
Isn't he a detective? Isn't that what you do?
Not
Detect
that I know of.
things?
But you were familiar enough with the layout of and the size of the apartment, right?
Correct.
It was a relatively small apartment.
How many square feet?
I would say that, yes. 1 bedroom.
Okay. So it wasn't, in your opinion, it couldn't have been like an 8x12 rug.
No, it wasn't that big.
It was more like a 5'7" area.
5 by 7. Someone said that yesterday. I bet it was Long Kong.
From what I recall, that seems to be about accurate.
Okay.
Maybe a little smaller.
A little smaller than 5'7".
Yeah.
Okay.
And how tall was Rosalio? Is she going to ask that question next? Wasn't he, I'm 5'5". Could you wrap me into a rug that's 5'7"? Wasn't he a baseball player?
And you said that you looked in the bathroom. There was nothing of concern there.
Not that I saw.
6'2".
You went to the bedroom. You said that there was nothing of concern there.
Not that I saw.
Judge, I
said,
would
did you
like
see
the Elmo
anything,
now.
sir?
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Did you see? Look at him. He's hanging his head in shame. What? 270 pounds, 6'2", and a 5'9" rug? I have a 5'9" rug in the bathroom. Should I go get that as my blanket and show you that, like, it would barely cover me, let alone a 6'2", 270 pound, I can't even speak. I'm so disgusted. Our investigation has accurate square footage. Oh,
Okay.
see?
Pulling up what's been previously
You
marked
would think the
as
apartment-
Defendant's Exhibit
This was-
60.
This was an apartment. All apartment websites have like floor plans with the square footage.
From you being there, what room is this?
Appears to be the bedroom.
Okay.
Like the
Wasn't-
northwest corner of the bedroom.
And the window, do you see the window in the picture?
It's
Can
open.
you change the lighting maybe? It's hard
The
to.
window's open. Just slider. Did we
Maybe
figure?
we can
that
turn
we
better?
fingerprint the
light off,
window?
Judge, so that-
As you wish.
Okay. You need it light up or are you good?
I'm good.
Okay.
Can you see it?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, we're good. There's a window in the picture, obviously, right?
Yes.
That window, is it open or closed?
What the?
It looks like it's cracked
The
open.
blinds or the window?
It's not
The
cracked
window
open.
itself.
The window is open.
Looks like it's
almost all the way
one of the panes is
open.
cracked open.
Okay. And did you look into that at all? The fact that there was an open window in the
Holy
apartment?
shit!
I didn't look. I guess we
I didn't look.
into it.
You didn't look at an
So-
open window? Are you kidding?
That window.
Me.
I'll go back.
And wasn't it
little
on
bit.
a ground
that
floor?
window is accessible from immediately right outside that apartment building, correct?
Yes, it looks outside to the north.
So an individual, if they wanted to gain access into Mr. Gutierrez's home, that could be a point of entry into that apartment, correct?
Correct.
We just saw that the window was open, correct?
So I don't know how many panes of glass are on that window or nothing
Double
like
pane
that.
in Minnesota. It's got to be double
But
pane
it does
in
appear as
Wisconsin.
though the window is slightly
And if
open.
they're Anderson windows,
Yeah.
And that
no
could have been a
offense to
point
Mr.
of entry.
Anderson, but I have Anderson
Could have
windows
been.
and they
So
suck.
you'd agree that that
They're supposed to be
is
good.
something relevant in the bedroom?
Okay.
Is
He has
it?
the same
Sure,
windows I
yes.
do.
And it's important when you don't really know what happened to an investigating to determine every possible outcome or situation of how an individual might have gotten into Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, correct?
I don't know. A
Correct.
ground
And you'd
floor
agree
open
that that's
freaking
one of
fracking
them.
window. Was the
Correct.
screen popped out of it?
You talked a little bit about your contact with an individual named Michael Campbell.
Yes.
Do you remember what he looked like?
I don't.
Look at him.
So you can't remember if he had
Look how
any
sad his
facial
face
hair,
is.
what his
He
hair
knows he
looked
doesn't
like?
belong
I
there.
believe he had a slight beard. But like I said, it was 2 years ago. I haven't talked to him since. I don't remember.
Oh,
Okay.
convenient.
And the state had gone into what he was telling you But he didn't tell you that he was at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment on May 17th, 2020, correct?
I didn't hear that.
Oh, it's hard to hear
Yeah,
it
he
again.
didn't. I didn't hear him say that.
Oh,
And when you were with Miss Beecham, questioning and talking to her, at any point did you observe her on her cell phone?
let me guess. She was probably talking to someone.
I may have.
Maybe a
It's possible. She used her cell
co-conspirator?
phone.
Was she talking to anyone?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Do you have any body cam footage?
Moving to your observations on Mr.
hear
Anderson's
everything.
property, and you said you looked into the van, correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions on that a little bit later.
Okay.
You looked in the dumpster. There was nothing of evidentiary value found there, correct?
Correct.
And you had noted something interesting, that you located lath in the dumpster.
Yes.
And in your investigation, you were aware that Mr. Anderson was doing lath removal at a house in Belgium, Wisconsin, correct?
Yes.
And you said there were other areas on the property, and just in a whole, you did not find a body on the property, correct?
Correct.
No human remains on the property, correct?
Correct.
You talked about the flannel shirt, and if the state would be so kind to pull up that exhibit 40. Oh no, I think I got it, Jessica. Thank you. I'm gonna, for record purposes, pull up state exhibit 42.
Realize I can write in all caps if I want to. I feel free.
When was this picture taken?
I don't know.
This picture, you know, wasn't taken on May 17th, correct?
Correct. I believe it was older than that.
Isn't there
Much older,
metadata
right?
on the friggin' picture?
And you don't have a single photo of Mr. Anderson wearing that shirt on May 17th, 2020, correct?
I do not.
don't
Can't you
have a
put
single
pictures
photo
under the
of Mr.
Google
Anderson
microscope?
Wearing that shirt on May 18th, 2020, correct?
I do not.
You don't have a single photo of
Can't
Mr.
stop, I'm
Anderson
an
wearing
addict.
that shirt on May 20th, 2020, correct?
I do not.
And you said the state had asked you about whether you searched the house and if you found the shirt. You said you had not, right?
We did not find the shirt.
Did you search Christine Remsburg, Mr. Anderson's girlfriend's house, to find that shirt?
I did not.
Did you search Miss Beecham's house to see if that shirt was there?
We did not.
Then how
So
do you
the
know the
only
shirt
place
didn't
you looked
exist
for
if you
that
didn't
shirt
friggin' look
was
for it,
at
you
Mr.
jackass?
Anderson's home.
This is just unbelievable.
There, the house in Belgium,
He knows he
a tree
fucked up.
farm. We looked. Yeah, those three places.
Okay. But you didn't, there were places that you could have searched for it and did not, correct?
Essentially,
Okay. So I'm happy you brought up the house in Belgium. Were you involved in searching that residence?
me along with several others. Yes.
Who can
And
stop watching this?
are you aware that the state believes that Mr. Anderson, I guess, chopped up Mr. Gutierrez's body at that residence?
Objection calls for a conclusion.
Oh, shut up.
I don't think is an evidence in this case.
I can rephrase and ask a better foundation question.
She's too polite
But
to him.
You have no idea where Mr. Gutierrez's body is, correct?
Correct.
And you have no idea how his body, or where his body is now.
Correct.
And in fact, he's still technically considered a missing person.
Was he ever declared
correct?
dead? Before this
How would
trial?
that determination by some mystery person be
You know-
relevant in this case?
That does.
What did he just object
It's
to? I'm
fine,
so
I'll-
sorry.
How would that determination by some mystery person be relevant in this case?
That does.
It's fine. I'll withdraw the question and continue on, Judge. In your investigation, you were unable to determine what, if anything, Mr. Anderson had allegedly done with the body, correct?
Correct.
So when you went to the house in Belgium, you found absolutely nothing of evidentiary value, correct?
I can move stuff around. Oh, this is exciting.
That would call for a conclusion by the detective.
Sure, I'll go into it differently, Judge.
Oh, I love this.
You found no human remains at the house in Belgium, Wisconsin, correct?
That's correct.
And you know that this, in your investigation, you're aware that Mr. Anderson had been there the morning of May 18th, 2020, correct?
I know that at some point he was determined to be there. As far as the exact date and time, I don't know.
Okay. And you found no blood evidence or suspected blood evidence, correct?
At that house?
Yeah.
No.
Did you find any trash bags filled with body parts?
No.
This is so
Okay.
wrong.
Did you find any bloody knives?
No.
All right. Did you notice that the property was under construction?
Yes.
And did you see that there, I don't know your expertise in the line of contracting work, but you had testified you had seen lath at Mr. Anderson's home. Did you see things consistent with lath removal
Thanks,
at that
girl.
property in Belgium, Wisconsin?
Yeah, it's likely that's where the lath came from.
Okay.
Back to his quivery voice.
You noted, I want to move back to Mr. Anderson's
don't.
property. You said that you had looked into the black
500.
van, correct?
I did.
Yeah.
And you noticed that the van carpeting had been cut out,
Yes, it was missing.
missing.
Yep.
But you cannot definitively say your investigation didn't produce any definitive answers as to when exactly that carpet was cut out of that van, correct?
Well, objection. His investigation does have witnesses that put a time on that.
Well, then he can answer the question. I think it's a totally plausible question.
Why would he be charged with that now?
This
I'm
Gravely
asking
is
him
one
if
of
he-
those people that
he
used to play
knows.
kickball with, and they were
Well,
like
he
a
can
big
answer
sore
if he
loser.
knows.
Correct.
And if they didn't get their way, they'd like
Yes, I
kick you in
know.
the shins,
I know.
Or
We have it narrowed down to when it
toss
was
the
removed.
freaking.
And that was
Checkers
solely
board.
based on statements of another witness, correct?
Correct.
It's not based on photos of Mr. Anderson removing the carpet, correct?
Correct.
And there were no other witnesses
Listen, he could
that
hardly
could
even say
corroborate that
that.
one witness's statement, correct?
Correct.
You talked about some duct tape and rope.
Pause. Jesus Enrique Rosas has taught me that when people's voice break like that, like he could hardly get it out, that's a sign that what they're about to say or are saying is a lie.
That was also from a single witness, correct?
Correct.
You were not provided any photos of that duct tape and rope, correct?
That's correct.
And you had never observed that duct tape and rope prior at Mr. Anderson's home.
No, I didn't.
Look at him. He's looking down. He's so ashamed of himself.
The
This is
state,
your legacy,
kind
sir.
of
I
going
hope it
back
was worth
to
it.
the cross-examination or the direct examination on Mr. Anderson's interview with you, had talked about and asked about Mr. Anderson not really admitting to which car he drove, but he said he drove the Audi and the van, correct?
Said he primarily drives the Audi. He doesn't really use the van.
Did he say he used the van for work purposes?
Yes.
And your
Hi,
understanding
Irish.
is Mr. Anderson's work is as a contractor?
Well, can I approach?
Oh,
I-
well, I
there's
think
an
you're going to
objection,
take
they
the
can
liberty
swallow
of
it.
doing so, sir.
I think the question opens a door to this officer. He has some knowledge that question. I guess I have no objection. The question was asked, what is his current what is his current job or what's his
that
source of
wasn't
income?
the job.
That is the
Exactly, but
That sore loser,
that question's been
stupid smart
asked. Let's
person.
let it be answered. I don't object.
all right, everybody's on board, so.
You go ahead and answer.
Oh, no. Oh, if we can have one moment.
I hope Buddha is sticking around to watch this injustice that happened in what's supposed to be our justice system. This is the opposite. Look at this poor family. I must send them some scarves. Although, you know, it's 44 degrees here, which is unseasonably warm.
I'm going to re-ask the question.
Apologize, Judge, there was no objection. Can't he answer the question?
Do you remember the wording of the exact question, officer?
Yeah, what he did for work?
Well, were you aware that Mr. Anderson was doing contract work at that time?
Yes.
And
Yep.
there was evidence that Mr. Anderson admitted to that proves that he was driving the Audi around this time. Primarily that he was driving the Audi on April 24th, 2022, correct?
You guys are awesome.
I don't know if he specifically told me that. He did say he was operating a car that night.
And that was confirmed by other witnesses.
Correct.
Wait, wasn't that what Buddha said? Getting confused now. Oh, I was gonna say, don't judge me, but on occasion I like to buy those, like, you know, weed gummy things. And as a young person, when I tried it, it made me barf. But those gummies are actually, you know, because nowadays you can't get the good stuff to make you fall asleep, like Xanax. Anyway, so I was at the little local store, and now that Minnesota has, like, you can grow your own weed and you can buy it legally, I went to go, like, get the little gummy things, and it's like $35 for 15 of them. So I bought the seeds. I came home, my kids are like, "You did what?" And the guy said, "If you can grow tomatoes, you can grow weed." So I
Okay,
have
I'm putting
4 of
what's
them.
been
I haven't
marked as
started it
Defense
yet. I'm
Exhibit
actually kind of
59
scared.
Up on the screen. Do you recognize this?
So if you know anybody,
Yes.
Okay. And that was
oh, see,
a pizza box and receipt
pizza
that was
box.
on the stove at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, correct?
maybe
Yes.
you guys can help
Did
me
you
grow it.
investigate this at all to see when this delivery was dropped off?
I did not.
Do you think that would have been useful if maybe if it was dropped off, let's say on the 17th at night, to talk to the delivery driver?
Potentially.
Because that delivery.
If it was, I don't know when it was dropped.
I don't think
didn't
it's
look at the
legal in
receipt.
Wisconsin.
But there's potential investigatory
It just got legal
points
here.
that could have been covered in investigating this.
Potentially, yes.
Again, I just
it
wanted the
wasn't,
gummies.
correct?
I didn't want to spend $35
No,
for
I-
15
Are
of
you
them.
indicating that nobody did this or he did not personally do this? Objection as to vagueness, I don't understand the question.
Oh, good night.
You
Good
can
night.
cover it on cross or redirect
Okay.
And I'll even cover it.
if
right-
the witness understands.
Thank you
the
so
question.
much for
I
joining me.
didn't investigate it.
Okay.
I appreciate
And
you
I'll-
very
I'll
much.
just ask the question the state wants to ask, which is, are you aware of any other officer investigating this?
Huh?
Okay, so I'm going to object because it implies that he would know if other officers did. No one has indicated that he would have some overall supervision of this investigation, Judge.
He's previously testified that he was one of the lead detectives in this case.
Well,
I don't believe he had.
I never said that.
he testified that when he arrived, there was one other detective who was there, but I don't recall any
Oh, I think
testimony.
it is.
is saying that he was the lead detective, but I don't know if he did or not.
Were you aware of other tasks other detectives and officers completed in this case?
Some,
Okay, and the some that you do you know if anyone investigated this?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Showing what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 61. You're familiar with the fact that, well, let me strike that, rephrase. Did you look at the dumpsters in Mr. Gutierrez's or near Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
No,
Are you aware that that happened?
I don't know.
Okay. You were at Mr. Anderson's home, correct?
Correct.
You looked around the property, you said before, right?
Correct.
It says marked as Defendant's Exhibit 76. Did you notice the trash bags up against the barn at Mr. Anderson's home? I'll zoom in for you if you need.
Wait a minute.
Maybe, I don't recall.
Okay,
Huh.
but you'd agree
There
those
goes
are
his
trash
memory
bags in the
again.
photo, right?
That's what they appear to be, that, yes.
Okay, great.
You know, he does look to be that age where, our memory.
Then you
kinda-
said when you were at Mr. Anderson's home, you had looked into the van, correct?
Through
Did you
the
look
window.
at the front window too?
I believe I made my way all the way around the van.
Okay, so I'm going to
Yeah,
show
how'd
you
he
what's been
talk?
marked as
Look at his
Defense
voice.
Exhibit
Listen to his
62.
voice quiver.
Is this an accurate depiction of the front seat of Mr. Anderson's van?
Appears as such.
Okay, and there were tools in his van,
Oh,
correct?
looks like
I
tools.
believe so.
Gee, I wonder why
You'd
he would
agree
use
that those are
tools.
tools
Well, maybe
or
for
a
his
toolbox of some sort
job.
on the front passenger seat.
Yeah, tape measure, tools, looks like a tool bag.
That's interesting.
And you'd agree that there's a lot of cluttery stuff around there too, right?
Yes?
Is that the judge again with the Pac-Man sound?
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 65. This is another view from the behind of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree with
thank
me
you
that
so
there's
much,
a lot
Alicia.
of dirt and stuff on the
So
floor,
nice to
correct?
meet you.
Looks
I look
dirty.
forward to
Looks
episode
dirty.
4
It
and
hadn't been
5.
vacuumed or meticulously
And how many
cleaned,
you're gonna
correct?
Doesn't appear as though.
Okay. I'm going to show you another picture of the front, Defense Exhibit number 66. Again, lots of items, correct?
Yes, very busy.
And this is how it appeared to you on, was it the 20th of May?
Yes.
Okay. And another angle of the front seat taken from the passenger, Defense Exhibit number 67. Again, lots of items, correct?
Yes,
And this is how it appeared to you.
from what I recall.
Okay, great. Showing you more pictures of clutter here.
Yeah.
Defense Exhibit 68. This is the front of the vehicle, correct?
Yeah, between the two front seats, looks like.
And we still see a lot of that clutter,
Yes,
and that's how it appeared to you?
from what I recall.
I'll show you another
You know how
picture
long it's
from
been
inside the
since
van.
Zachariah
Defense
Anderson
Exhibit
has driven a
69.
car?
I think we can see-
1,313
You can see that
days.
dirt and trash a lot more clearly, correct?
Yes,
Does this look like a car that has been cleaned to you?
doesn't appear so.
Hey, wait a minute. Remember how, well, when my seats fold down, like when you fold them down all the way, did you notice how that the trash, see how like there's a gap here? When my seats fold down, it looks like that. There's a gap and then like the seat kind of like sinks sort of into the floor a little bit. So I'm wondering, how they say he took his seats out? Now, granted, there's like that kind of like runner thing that maybe the seat slid out of. But don't minivans have 3 layers of seats? Isn't like the middle seat, bench seat? See what I'm talking about here? Like this is the back. This is the back folded down. I don't have a minivan, but it looks like this hefty bag. This stuff is kind of like sandwiched. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Trash a lot more clearly, correct?
You know, they said he
Yeah.
took out the seats,
Does this
etc.
look like a car that has been cleaned to you?
Doesn't appear
Or
so.
are the seats just folded down?
You said you also went to the
i.e.,
tree
like,
farm to help with the search that was
The whole
executed
Clorox
there.
miss.
And you're aware
leading
that they
information.
there was a burn pit at the tree farm,
Yes,
and multiple agencies had come to process that burn pit, right?
yeah, there was
Oh, there's so many
approximately 100
details.
people that took part.
And you were able to confirm that there was a controlled
Yeah, the
burn
big,
there
giant
on
13-gallon
May 8th,
ones.
2020, correct?
I believe that was the date. Yep.
And that the owners of the tree farm had alerted the Ozaki County Fire Department of that burn.
I believe so, yes.
So I'm just going to show you some pictures. This is Defense Exhibit number 70. This is part of that linear search of
Alicia's
that
the
burn pit,
writer.
correct?
Oh my God, she's so good.
Yeah, so I didn't take
So
part
done.
in most
So
of
well
that
done.
Okay.
search. I was doing other things.
Okay, but
Oh,
But that looks like the burn pit, and that looks like what they were doing.
sure.
Searching.
So maybe I'll just
In Wisconsin.
ask you then,
Go
you were
figure.
aware that that was a large operation,
Very large, yes.
and they didn't find any human remains there, correct?
Not that I know
And they didn't find any bloody evidence there, correct?
of. Not that I know of.
Okay.
huh. I'd like to know the statistics of how many people in the community that Zachariah Anderson and his family live in. Out of how many homes in the community, how many people have burn pits? Is it 1% of the population? Is it 50% of the population?
Back to Mr. Gutierrez's home, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 58. The number of his apartment building, 3709, that you can see that in this exhibit, correct?
Yes.
And that 3709, you can see that from in the parking spaces right in front,
Okay,
correct?
so see the air
Yes.
conditioners
And you had been at
here?
this scene during the day and at night, right?
And there's a couple stairs.
No, they're during the day.
Not at
I
night?
wonder how far
Okay.
off the ground that window was that was open.
As part of your investigation, you talked to an individual named Kim Lavora.
Look at this sad
Yep.
family.
Kim Lavora?
She also goes by Undendum Lavora.
Hmm.
I can go get your reports.
80%
that'll help.
Yeah,
See?
you need to
Okay.
clarify that one.
Yeah.
We talked to a ton of people, so.
Oh boy, I'm so sorry. We're
Counsel, I'll stipulate to the record if you just want to do that. You're not going to ask what
not
he
sure
asked.
we've asked you to
Correct.
stipulate
So I'll
there, sir.
stipulate rather than- If you want to refresh, you can, but if you just want to,
I do want to refresh.
okay,
Thank you.
yeah.
Yeah, see? Look at here, rural Iowa. 80% of the people have burn pits in their house. This is again deceptive. This is like the whole Clorox bleach thing. Had Zachariah bought Arm & Hammer disinfecting wipes, Gravely wouldn't have been able to use the whole bleach thing that's poisoned everyone's
Put all
minds.
those ones in the red file till tomorrow.
Yeah, poor you. You talked to so many people. You had to remember this while the man is sitting there innocently in prison now for 1,313 days. Pin the Gives and Go link at that. I think I can. Can't from. I started a couple videos. Or here, I think I can go in here and do it.
Got it.
Kim. Oh, Okay.
Here, it's me. Josie has this one.
Counsel, for purposes of the record, you don't want him to read it out loud. You're just
No,
refreshing
Hold
it.
on.
for purposes of the record, I've handed the detective a copy of his own report to refresh his recollection. Does that help?
Yes.
Phone records were obtained in this case from Mr. Gutierrez, correct?
Yes.
And to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 75. Probably gonna have to zoom in here and focus, so bear with me.
Oh no, now the little smiley face heart thing
This is
pops
gonna,
up.
go ahead, Judge.
Well, if this,
Pin?
it's going to be brief.
With this point, yes.
Oh my
Then I
gosh,
have some
Crime
other
Spies
stuff.
is getting
No,
so.
I know that. I wasn't going to.
Hopefully it's there. Is.
But
I feel like I'm in
will
someone
be, like,
really
1-2
popular's
questions
room
max.
right now.
All right, I'll hold you to it.
Okay,
Like live stream.
I won't disappoint.
Uh-huh.
So this phone record shows that these are Mr. Gutierrez's phone records, show that he called a Kim Facebook on 5/17/2020 at 8:49 p.m., correct?
Appears as though yes.
Thank you
And
so much for
that
being here.
When we look further up, there's a duration column, and the duration of that phone call was 17 minutes, 4 seconds, correct?
Appears as though, yeah.
I lied. I have 3 questions, Judge. So if there's a phone call that started at 8:49 that lasted 17 minutes, that's going to put that phone call to approximately 9:06 p.m. I'm terrible at math.
I'm not.
Yes.
Thank
I missed
you.
the question.
Judge, if you wanted to take a break.
Well, I won't wait for others. But let's take a break, and please don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Discuss the case with
Where are
anyone.
we at? Oh, we still have quite a ways, and it's almost 10 o'clock here. So I think I'm going to end. I feel guilty, but I think my butt is, it might be numb. What time can I get started in the morning? Wait, tomorrow's Christmas Eve. Well, okay, if I watch this without you, then I'll feel guilty, but I really want to watch it. But my butt is numb. So don't feel guilty. So I think what I'll do, all right, so today, look at this poor man. Look at his face. All right, so the top of the YouTube chat, wait a minute, Rumble. Oh my God, Rumble, I feel so bad. Rumble people, I'm sorry. You've been with me. Gray Scum Pots, your oh, body soothing cannabis. You mean the stuff that comes from this type of seed? Okay, so here's the give, send, go. And again, in the description box underneath the video should be correctly spelled podcast. Wrong full. Okay, so number 1 is Spielhammer Media. He's the one that remastered the video. So bullet point number 1 is his channel and the full playlist available. Number 2 is the free ZachariahAnderson.org. And in big letters on one of these pages says timeline. I need to study that over coffee. Number 3 is the podcast series Wrongful and the link to it. Let me tell you, as a consumer of that podcast, it's fantastic. My phone is dead. It's fantastic. Very well written. 3 of the women involved in the production of that podcast. This is the first trial in their new podcast series is this trial. There's 3 episodes now. Tonight, I think it was Josie that said she was looking for a specific clip at the 2 something something mark for episode 5. I will be interested when the next one comes out, and actually I've been meaning to listen to them again and take notes. Number 4, what we the people can do to get involved, including contributing to the legal fund here, which is the Give, Send, Go link, which will bring you to stop me again. No, I'm kidding. It'll bring you to this one here. Turn it on, Shannon. There. This is the Give, Send. Oh, here. This is the Give, Send, Go page that's pinned to the top of the chat in YouTube. And for you people on Rumble, it's in the chat and it's also in the description box. YouTube, it's also in the description box. Anyway, so if you could please consider giving, sharing, praying. See, even non-monetary contributions are so important. There's a nice little story here. There's donors here. Recent donations 1 day ago, 4 days ago. Oh, these are in order of. Okay, I got it. Anyway, if you could please consider, maybe skipping the $20, burger and fries and high C orange drink. And instead maybe, make a sandwich at home and donate to this. That would be fantastic. I know they're trying to get to $50,000 by the end of January is what I've heard. Podcast is gold. Sea swept. Tomorrow is Christmas Day here, but I don't have plans until my nighttime, so I'm happy to join tomorrow too. Oh, there. So if I do turn this on, so what you're saying, Pixie78, is if I turn this on and continue listening, I'm not necessarily cheating on anybody because I will be live. Just, actually, I did an intro for the Tommy Randy trial. Now, Tommy Randy, if you didn't watch that one, he was kind of like a 70s rocker dude. And I did this video on Snapchat where I looked like a disco lady from like the 70s. Let's just say I had some fun with that one. And then I was thinking, well, that's probably not a very good thing to do for the trials. But anyway, part of it was, depending on your part of the world, could be coffee, tea, cocktails. Grab a beverage, and we'll be with you soon. See, I remember it even. Okay, Pixie, you're from the future. I need a good lotto number. So see, when it's Christmas Eve here, it's Christmas Day somewhere else. Could be Christmas Day in a place where, maybe someone doesn't, have a place to go. Maybe you could be their Christmas sunshine and gift. Sharing this horrifying injustice and praying for their family. I need to find, honest to God, I have a humongous pile of crochet I've been working on, and I have more than enough things to send the mother and the sister and everyone. I've made scarves for my dad. Everybody needs these cotton dish towels, to wash the dishes. I could make 1,000 of these, and my family, begs for more. So must put together a rat. Oh, and well, That one got stepped on. Look, I even have cute little Mrs. Claus little bags to stick them in. Well, it's going to be late for Christmas now. I need to do that too. See? Look, there's 2 in every bag. Okay. Anyway. Okay, so Merry Christmas to all. And please, see, this is another thing I hate. Like now it's just, this isn't right. At least you can see his little face down there. This man has been in prison for 1,313 days. In a few hours, it'll be 1,314 days. It's terrible. Merry Christmas, everyone. All right. Well, I don't really have a plan for the time. Get your egg coffee. Yes, my Swedish egg coffee. Even though we're Norwegian, we do love our egg coffee. Maybe I'll bring you in the kitchen and we can make it together before we dive in. If you don't mind ponytails. Okay. All right. So what I'm gonna do, like I said, I don't have any plans, but I know that's probably not fantastic for you to catch up on this trial, but just for the next couple of days, considering it's Christmas Eve, auction of crustacean. Oh yes. Oh my gosh. I'd be more than happy. Actually, can I really wear my pajamas? The other day I had 2 different slippers on because I couldn't find 2 matching slippers. Happens. Okay, so maybe tomorrow I have a gigantic tote that's right there. As soon as I'm done with the big giant 2 boxes of yarn I bought over there, I'm going to start working on the jewelry before spring. I was thinking if we can find out what Zachariah's favorite color is. Okay, so my friend Jesse Garcia, rest in paradise, Jesse Garcia. We did a fundraiser for him. So if you watched my live stream about the interview on Megyn Kelly of the 2 people, the producer and the lady Liz Collin, who's married to my friend Bob Kroll. They were on Megyn Kelly like a month ago, and I did a 2-hour live stream. Chrissy actually watched it and said it was so good. But anyway, so the shirt I was wearing said JGAR3 on it. And we did a fundraiser for him. He died of stomach cancer in 2015. He was a sergeant for the Minneapolis Police Department. Anyway, and I had made earrings for the fundraiser for that one. And it was like, blue because they're police officers. And at the very bottom had, the cancer, ribbon. So, you know how his symbol is like this? Not the devil horns, the love sign language symbol. I'm pretty sure, well, I know for a fact I have like the hand that goes like this. That's like for like meditation. But I bet you I can find like some little, charm-ish things that are like this. And I could make some jewelry for that too. Like whatever his favorite color is. Honest to God, you should see the big giant box with findings and beads and everything. I bet I mean, and I have to move, in like 6 months. So I figured this winter, get crack-a-lackin' on that stuff. That would be great. Huh. We'll figure something out. Alrighty. My heart aches for this family. And I don't have an outro for you, so you get the intro again. Well, thank you again so much for sticking around. Please share, even if you share this like trial on like a reputable attorney that streamed it in real time over the next 2 weeks. Would that be nice if we had 10 people each tell 10 people over the next couple days, you should really watch this trial. And then they tell 10 friends, and then they tell 10 friends like that shampoo commercial. You're probably all too young to remember that, and so on and so on and so on. That effect, that ripple effect. And one more thing, Rumble. Just so YouTubers know, today we've had 207 views on Rumble. So that's, and yesterday was 228. This morning was only 73, but that wasn't very long. So I bet the 228 that watched day one yesterday and the 207 people that watched today are probably the same people. It's just the 228 from yesterday haven't quite had time over the holidays to catch up. I'm going to keep watching this number. So just so you know, it's catching fire over there. Now, whether they stick around and watch the whole entire thing or they come in for 5 minutes and go, who's this? Battle axe. I don't know. Alrighty. You people have a beautiful, wonderful Christmas. If I see you, I see you. If I don't, I will miss you. And you're all like brand new friends. Oh. You know, they say everything happens for a reason, even if you're not wise enough to see it. And I feel like this, like we're all little magnets. I said that yesterday. I say it on Rumble all the time. We're like little magnets, and somewhere along the line, we just kind of connect. All right. Have a beautiful day. For sure, I'm leaving now. Okay. Christmas out. We'll do Christmas out. Merry Christmas.